say hello. Welcome to the Captain's Cast. On the Swords and Starships channel, I am, of course, your host, Captain Garrett. How are you? On a Saturday night, that is the new time for the Captain's Cast. He really is a good boy. He is a good boy. That doggy absolutely crushed it. Have you seen this? Have you heard about this? This film, Good Boy, a ghost story from the perspective of a dog. We're going to talk about it. I have that movie. It is many things. It is many things, but most importantly, it's a film you've got to see, not just if you're a dog lover. You know, it's not going to get off the hook just, you know, if you like dogs, you're going to like the movie. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying this is a great film. And so we're going to talk about that. So we have some good news. We actually have lots of good news. The Shills are out there defending Mandalorian and Grogu. A 2-hour filler episode of the Mandalorian show that they have decided for inscrutable reasons known only to Disney, they are going to release this as if it deserved to be a feature film. And their anemic, pathetic trailer, which had absolutely no hook for any kind of a story whatsoever. It was basically just a Grogu being cute TikTok reel. The Shills are really defending this one, so we'll talk about that. JK Rowling. JK Rowling ain't taking any more of her Harry Potter actors, you-know-what. It's a little early in the stream for profanity, Mr. Producer. So yeah, they're having a little feud, and, it's woke on woke crime, and I'm here for it. I enjoy it. So we got to talk about that. There is a lot to talk about. Nerdrotic has his one battle after another review. As you know, I have a particular passionate hatred, and I always have, for Oscar bait films. I hate them. Even the good ones. Like, even the ones that are good, and like the Cider House Rules. One young man's journey to becoming a loved orphan. I don't care. My whole life it's been like this. Hollywood decides what is the greatest film ever made, and it's always something boring, slow, endlessly melodramatic, and that's more distantly. But recently, it's all of those things, plus it's got all of the stunning and brave messaging that they're crazed about. Did you know that Demon Slayer is beating James Gunn's Superman in the international box office? I find that very telling, don't you? We're going to get into it. Where is my chat, Mr. Producer? I forgot to pull up my chat. It's a lot of Hollywood drama. And we're just having fun with them. There may be some trouble brewing also, chat. There may be trouble brewing, and we're going to talk about that, having to do with Tron Ares. There's my chat. There is my beautiful, wonderful Sailors and Star Knots chat. Ahoy to Fu Man Blue, says all aboard. Ahoy, Fu Man Blue. Welcome aboard, sir. Staff Fury. Staff Fury is joining us from across the pond. Ahoy, Staff Fury. Assume your post. He is the master gunner on the ship. Fu Man Blue, the master at arms. Star Fury's Fu Man Blue missed Star Fury, and I agree. The captain missed Star Fury as well. The Saturday night time slot. I'm good to see that it finds you well, Star Fury. I think we'll probably try to stick to this time on Saturday night because I started an hour later last week, and I noticed that as I went longer into the night, my projection of my voice, which is a theatrical, dramatic effect, was perhaps in the nuisance level territory for my neighbors. They haven't said anything. I'm a polite guy. It's why I sit here on this channel offering constructive, respectful feedback to all of the terrible creators like Leslie Hanlon. Starfury says, was I away? We missed you terribly, Starfury. Fu Man Blue says, didn't see you last week. He went to bed early. He needs his beauty sleep. Crowbar the Skull is in the chat. Ahoy, Crowbar the Skull. Welcome aboard, sir. Last week was so early, Starfury was probably asleep. Man, when I was like a kid, I was a night owl. I could stay up until 5 in the morning and playing video games, doing whatever. And I could live that way. I'm not like that anymore. Ever since I've become more entrepreneurially minded, like I have to be up early. And because of that, like sometimes the best thing in the world is to go to bed at like 8 or 9 p.m. When I used to fight my parents, be like, no, it's only 8 p.m. I'm not going to bed. And now I'm like, you know what? It'd be great tonight? I could just slip under the covers at 8 p.m. and just tucker right out. And I'm like, wow, what a paradigm shift, Yes, Fu Man Blue, we are praising Good Boy. He is such a good boy. He is such a good boy. Oh, my God. Dude, this film, let me tell you something about Good Boy. First of all, it's excellent. Please go see it. Look, I'm not going to tell you what to do, but my recommendation as the captain of the Swords and Starships vessel is that you go to a theater and see it. It's an indie movie, so it's already difficult for a film like this to be successful. And what I'm saying is, I think it's as worthy of your time as anything that's come out this year, probably more so. And for me, it forms the third in a trilogy of really excellent thriller horror films this year. We've had 3 really clever, inventive, exceptionally fun, and just full of heart films, and that would be Sinners, Weapons, and Good Boy. And I have just enjoyed the heck out of all 3 of them. I think they all are insanely clever, very handcrafted in how they come across, and especially this film. And I will just tell you that it does not... Look, if you love dogs like I do, it's obviously going to tug at your heartstrings, and the dog is so cute. I have got to have a golden now. He is he's such a good boy. He's such a good dog. He's such a good dog. Such a good dog. And your heart, this will tear your heart out, this movie. Absolutely tear your heart out, but in a good way. And I almost caution you against watching the featurette they play after the credits, because they show you some of the behind the scenes, and I kind of wish I hadn't watched it, because as a creative myself, I don't think it's good to always let the audience behind the curtain all the time. I don't think that's a good thing, because there's such a thing as preserving the illusion and the immersion. And yes, if the audience is curious after the fact, and you're sitting for interviews or you're doing behind the scenes stuff and they want that, that's fine. But putting a behind the scenes featurette about the making of the film right after the credits, when I haven't even had a chance to just sit with the feelings of the experience, if you want to let the film fully sink in, don't watch the featurette at the end. Because it's like turning the lights on and it shows you that it was all make-believe, and you're just like, I know it is. Obviously, it's a film, but it dispelled, it really interrupted all the feelings I was having about the film. So if there's one that I have 2 critiques of the film, we'll get into those, but that's one of them. I think it's one thing to say thank you for coming to the movie, like Tom Cruise does before the Mission Impossible films and what have you. I think it's another thing to say this powerful, suspenseful, crazy movie you just experienced, now let me show you how we made it. And it's like, I don't think you should do that. It would be like at the end of your book saying, oh, here was my idea when I wrote this character, and here's my diagram that I used for this scene. And it's like, first of all, no one would read that. They'd be bored to tears. But it's just, no, they're supposed to see the final product and be immersed in it. And it should be the effort that went into it really should be invisible. That's the professional craftsman level of it. I think you are putting on a show, and the show is not you and your process. I've totally got off on a tangent here, but the show is not you and your process. Doesn't mean you can't have behind-the-scenes featurettes in a separate setting, right? You know, like a extra on the DVDs, which we don't even have those anymore. Blu-rays, we don't even have those anymore. You know, there's another reason why I stopped watching those after Game of Thrones, those like behind-the-scenes things. First of all, they weren't behind the scenes. It was just Benioff and Weiss pontificating about how brilliant they are and explaining to you the characters and their motivations. And it's like, I don't need you to explain to me the characters and their motivations. I watched the show, and I will be the judge of the characters and their motivations. So this is also the problem with James Gunn always running his mouth about his process all the time. I think that's a really bad thing to do as an artistic professional, because you are letting the audience behind the fourth wall, and that's not the purpose. The purpose is to give them an experience and let that experience, this is what it would be like. It would be like if you went to the greatest magic show in the world, David Copperfield or whatever, and you're like, how did he make the Statue of Liberty disappear? And the very next thing he does is he tells you how he did it. It would ruin it. It's like, well, no, I want to wonder about it. I want to have the magic. So that's my long way of saying the featurette at the end is fascinating, but kind of a problem. But anyway, Good Boy is exceptional. We're going to talk more about it here. Starfield says, what are we bitching about? We're not actually bitching much, Starfield. We might be bitching about Jared Leto. We might be bitching about the Tron Ares, because I think, we may have stuff to talk about there. Most everything else is just fun stuff today. Just fun stuff today, because it's mostly like the Shills are like the Shills are trying to gin up. Well, no. Last week they were trying to gin up excitement for the Mando and Grogu because they had all their reaction videos out. Like, oh my god, Grogu, he's so cute. And it's like, there's absolutely nothing in that Mandalorian trailer. Nothing. It's like, and you see the little green ears. And it's like, that's not a story. That's not a story. So anyway, that was last week. They were all excited about that. They were all tickled. Now they realize it's nothing. They realize it's garbage. So now they're trying to lower the expectations. So we're going to have some fun with them. So, we got that to do. Anything else I need to cover in the chat? Because I know the gentlemen of the ship are talking amongst themselves. JK Rowling gave Emma Watson a good kick. Yes, she did. Oh, man. Wait till we get to that one. Surgically dismantled Emma. Yeah. Rowling's response to Emma Watson is truly brilliant. And by the way, as a writer, was kind of inspiring because she was talking about how, like, I was dead broke and couldn't pay my bills when I was writing the characters that made you famous and wealthy. And I was like, wow, yeah. Apply cold water to burn. Don't let the captain fool you. He talks like this in real life too. I do. I'm a little dialed up here. I dial it up a little because I like, honestly, actually what it is I actually dial myself down in real life when I'm interacting with people regularly. I apply a filter, and the filter is appear to be somewhat normal. Appear to be like somewhat of a normal person that can have a normal conversation. But when I'm here on the Captain's Cast, I just remove all filters, and I'm like, I'll just be exactly who I really am, which is, this is what it is. I've always been, there is still VHS home video evidence of me being a total ham when I was a kid. Loving to dance, perform, if you can believe it, tell stories. Like, I've always been that way. I probably should have been an actor as well. Maybe I still will. Who knows? But first things first, we have to work on Galaxyborn. And we will... There will be more on that soon. Staff here, he says, I just rewatched the anime, The Saga of Tanya the Evil, an alternate history of the First World War with magicians and an isekai character that is so fracking awesome. Wow, that sounds really cool. That sounds really cool. Mr. Producer, let's put a note on the stack of stuff so I don't forget that. What was the name of it? Saga of Tanya the Evil? That just sounds like something totally up my alley. Tanya of Evil. That sounds like classic. Dude, 80s and 90s anime was so vintage. It was so awesome. 80s era science fiction anime was the best. Like Ghost in the Shell. Ghost in the Shell is a classic. Absolute classic. Venus Wars, if you've never seen Venus Wars. Macross. Gundam, like these were, oh man, it was, they just don't make them like that anymore. They really don't. And then classical fantasy was also like fantasy in anime back then was much more like old school Dungeons and Dragons, sort of Tolkienian. It was way better. I agree with you, Fu Man. It is sad when there's so few good movies being made in a year that I can remember the names of all of them. I mean, I literally am thinking this year for the Captain's top 10 best and worst films and shows, I may have to cut it to 5. Seriously, I may have to cut it to 5 because I'm like, I don't know how I'm going to come up with 10 in every, that's 4 categories. I'm going to come up with 10 bad shows, 10 good shows. And to be fair, I've really checked out on some of it, like Peacemaker. I may watch that one just so I can feature it in the worst shows because it is getting a lot of discussion. But I'm just at a point where I'm like, I don't care and I don't want to watch it. But I started a rewatch of Deep Space Nine. I'm on season 1 of Deep Space Nine again. I'm like, holy crap, that show! It's better every time I watch it. It is better. Just seeing your comment about Stargate, Fu Man. It's like the classics are still the classics. Unfortunately, JK's still a socialist, says Star Fury. Well, of course she is. She is a wacko progressive. In fact, what was she saying? She was saying something about, in that response to Emma Watson complaining about how she stands up for women's rights and Watson doesn't understand the women's rights that she's giving up. In that same thing, she was referencing how she defends, immigration and all this stuff. And it's like, so you want to protect women's rights, and yet you've imported all of these people from the third world who are forming, coercive gangs, let's just call it. And it's like, how do you not see the cognitive dissonance of that? How do you not see the hypocrisy of that? Because you, JK Rowling, now live in a luxury environment where you don't have to live with the consequences of your stunning and brave support of infinity importation of migrants from the worst parts of the world. That's right, I said it, and I don't care who heard it. Now, Crowbar the Skull said, Robotech! Oh, that's a good one, Crowbar. Robotech was the shit. Yes, Robotech, Yamato. I missed that one, Star Fury. You've mentioned that before. I need to check that one too. I need to check. Billionaire socialist. Yeah, exactly. Well, that's always what they are. Go look at all of the worst radicals in human history. Most of them were fairly well-to-do. Like Karl Marx was definitely pretty well-to-do. Osama bin Laden, who responsible for 9/11, was a upper middle class guy in his upbringing. He was well educated. He was a privileged guy. He wasn't some poor goat herder that was just tired of oppression. No, he was absolutely a privileged, wealthy guy, like Hassan Piker, sort of similar to that. Just a guy who wants the revolution while living in the lap of luxury. So yeah, that's very common. It's very common. DVDs in the attic, says Star here. Yes, keep those. Physical media, very important. Very, very important. Okay, let's talk a little bit about Good Boy. I'm not going to do like a super deep dive on this because I don't want to spoil anything. And if I analyze too much of it, it's going to give away it's going to give it away. So I don't want to do that. But all I will say is, how can I say this without, I guess people are worried. Let me just put it very simply. Is the dog going to die in it in some terrible way that you can't live with? All I will say is there's nothing in this movie I feel was unearned or would not have made sense for the characters and what happened. So I don't think you have anything to worry about in terms of that. And that's the strangest, that's a very strange way to put it because I'm trying to not spoil anything. But very simply, the concept of Good Boy is we are watching essentially a ghost story from the perspective of this dog. He's with his owner, Todd. The dog's name is Indy, and he's with his owner, Todd, who has kind of gone away to his late grandfather's old farm out in the country, out in the boonies, and he's kind of trying to he's dealing with some issues. He's been diagnosed with some kind of disease, and he's dealing with it, and he wants to be alone, and he brings his trusty golden retriever with him. And one of the things that's really well done about this is the camera is always at the level of the dog, and it's always framing everything from the dog's perspective, but it's not literally the dog's POV in the sense that, like, you know, the dog doesn't have any internal monologue or anything like that. That being said, the way this film is able to make Indy, the dog, the main character, truly the main character that's driving the story and he has agency in this. He has agency as a character too. He makes decisions, he figures out things to do, but never in a way that seems like something a dog wouldn't do. That's really the core of it. There's never a moment in this movie where I felt like, okay, a dog's never going to do that. Strangely, it felt so plausible and so real that my heart was just breaking for the dog, for Indy, when he was in a situation where, you know, because he's a dog, he has no power. Like something as simple as the door being closed and he can't get to the other side of the door to help his owner, Todd. A scene like that is absolutely nerve-shredding and heartbreaking, and it's such a clever use of, if you're going to have the dog as the main character, what are his challenges going to be? What's going to create suspense and terror for the dog and in the scene? And this film is fairly nails that. And there are basically invisible, ghostly forces, evil, malevolent forces that are haunting Todd. But Todd is pretty much unaware of it for the most part. But Indy he smells things, he sees things, he can sense that something's not right. He sees these beings that are tormenting him, and he's just every scene where Indy is exploring something in this creepy house is so, it gives me chills just thinking about it. It's so creepy. You're like, no, don't go in there. It's just like in The Conjuring. You're like, oh no, don't go in there. And he's like, he starts going in there, and you're like, no, don't do that. Now, that being said, is it just emotionally manipulative to have a dog be the main character? And I'm going to tell you something. This dog is so cute. He is so perfect for this. His eyes are, every scene where you see his eyes, you're like, you just can't believe how, like, sympathetic and adorable he is, how innocent he is. Like that's really a core element of it. He's such an innocent character that you can't help but be always rooting for him and always just terrified for him, which does a lot of the work of the suspense in the film. There is one jump scare, at least. There's probably two or three in this, but there was one jump scare. I think that other members of the theater were laughing at me because I jumped in my chair. I did a full-blown jump out of my chair kind of moment, because it got me. My mind was just starting to wander a little bit, which is not a bad mark on the film. Actually, good films cause my mind to wander because they get my imagination going. So actually, the better a film is, the more sometimes my mind starts to wander because I start thinking about it just gets me thinking about story possibilities. So anyway, I was kind of just starting to wander a little bit mentally, and this jump scare and it just shook me right out of my chair because I didn't even see it coming. It was so good, and all of that's great. The ending of the film, I think, delivers a complete story that is pretty satisfying. And that's important to me in a ghost story. I feel like one of the problems with ghost stories when they don't work, and often they don't, is that the final set piece of the film kind of is the least interesting part of the story. We know what the ghosts are. We know what they look like. We're not suddenly they're not as intimidating now. And we feel like we're just going through the motions to bring it to an ending. The Conjuring avoids this problem, which is one of the really great things about the Conjuring universe. The films in the Conjuring, for whatever reason, they're really good at creating that final set piece at the end and keeping you really engaged all the way to the end and having a great story. And this film does that. Good Boy has a really good ending that absolutely breaks your heart in like an amazingly good way. It's super powerful, and there's something so pure about just a man and his dog. I'm just going to tell you. And what's so great too is one of the real drivers of the tension and the suspense in the film is that we as humans, this really is a film that kind of makes you think we don't deserve dogs. We just don't deserve them. Like, we're not good enough for them. And there are moments in the film where Todd does things that any dog owner would do, not knowing, not thinking of what it's like on the dog side of the equation. And you're just like, how dare you do that, Todd? How dare you do that? How dare you chain up your doggy or whatever it is? He's trying to help you, damn it. And it's like, there's a scene where he leaves the dog at home. Oh my God, it's one of the worst things to sit. It's one of the worst things to endure in this film. He leaves his dog in this house and he's like, all right, boys, stay home. And he leaves. It made me question ever leaving a dog at home ever again, ever. It was that painful. I was like, oh my God, oh no, don't leave him. Don't leave him. It tore my heart out. I think for lack of a better term, the entity or entities in the film, I think, are really like this is not a film that's going to have over the top CGI. This is an independent film. It's definitely a micro budget film. Incredibly well shot, though. Incredibly well shot. Very well directed for an indie level project. Like this is one of the best independent films I've ever seen. Like, it's really, really well done. Because there's every camera angle is so carefully chosen. And it's clearly been a labor of love, this project. But that being said, so don't expect over the top CGI effects. But that being said, the entities, when you are confronted with them, they're pretty scary and pretty cool. And I liked them a lot. So that is probably the most I will say about the storyline. But is it like the most deep and complex story you've ever seen? Not really. No. And there is one element of the overall arc of the film that was a touch disappointing for me, because I kind of had in my head a different picture of what the film was going to really be about, the central conflict. And so I don't want spoilers, so I'm not going to tell you what it is, but the central conflict of the story was a little bit different than I thought it would be. And it wasn't bad. It was still a really good story. I just was like, I still think I would have preferred they lean in this direction. I think that would have been more interesting. So for that reason, I am going to give Good Boy a 9 out of 10 on the epaulets. That is a 9 out of 10 score for this film. I'm withholding that last point for the reason I just mentioned. So all I will say is it's not, it's not just pulling at your heartstrings if you like dogs. It's more than that. It really, Indy is a great character, and I do cringe a little when I hear people saying he's such a good actor. No, he's a dog. Okay, he's a dog. He doesn't know he's acting, and he doesn't know he's in a movie. He's a dog, and he's doing things. But if you must, yes, he delivers. He fetches an incredible performance. Let's just say, and I think Indy is his real name, the dog, and he is the director's dog. He is the director's dog, and which is, if you watch the behind the scenes featurette, you will realize this truly is like a micro budget. I mean, they basically made this film in their house. The director and his wife and his dog made this film in their house over the course of, I think multiple years. It took them multiple years to do it. And I will say the fact that they are able to take what are otherwise innocuous moments with their dog at home and sort of directing his attention and stuff, and they're able to convert that into moments of incredible tension and pure terror. I mean, it just goes to show you, Gary at Nerdrotic, he likes to say that film is kind of a dead medium, and maybe it is. I don't think it's a dead art form, though, and I don't think it ever will be, because it can do things you just can't do with any other medium. Film can transform the ordinary into the extraordinary through camera work, through editing, through sound design, through musical score, through a simple performance. That's what film, when done right, is so great at. And this is a great example of that, because really all of the dread, all of the suspense, all of the terror and horror that you feel on behalf of Indy and his owner, Todd, it's all through basically camera work and editing. It's all camera work, editing, and I would also say colorization and lighting is also a huge factor as well. But it is marvelous. And that's also kind of why I kind of wish I didn't see the behind the scenes, because it showed you how totally harmless and mundane the actual moments when they were filming it were behind the scenes. But then with the right lighting and the right editing, suddenly it's this dramatic, terrifying moment in a film. So I just personally don't recommend you watch the featurette when you're still sitting in the theater. But I do recommend, I would say that if you want to reward films that are handcrafted, original, that have something real to say, and that at the very least want to try something different, want to just give you something new to experience. I've never experienced a film like this, ever. I've never seen a film like it. And that's what I live for. That is what I live. Same with Weapons. Never seen a film like it. Sinners is a little bit of a formulaic story, but still very original and really enjoyable. But I will say that this is the kind of film, if you're inclined to reward by going to the theater, this is the kind of film to reward. Personally, I'd love to see it be successful. I really would. I think they're projecting something like $3 million for its opening, which the budget is got to be less than $1 million. It's got to be in the thousands. I can't imagine the budget is more than that. I'll have to look it up in a minute, but I hope it makes some ridiculous obscene number like 50 million or something. It probably won't, but I hope it does. What do we got in the chat? Oh, I do like General Hammond in SG-1. He is just a good old boy. Star Fury thinks he's the true leader of SG-1. Yeah, it's probably true. Yes, here I am pontificating about good boy. it's all SG-1 in the chat. That's by all means. I am here to be the soundtrack to your good time. That sounded weird. Never mind. Disregard that. Strike that from the record. Okay, I have a question. Is anyone a fan of the Alien DERP finale? That would be Alien Earth. Is anyone a fan of the Alien DERP finale? This is the question I have to ask. Well, there is an X post that is dealing with this exact question. Why can't I get it to come up, Mr. Producer? What's going on? What am I doing wrong here? That is so weird. I'm trying to get it to pull up. It won't pull up. All right, I got it. Okay, I saw this X post, and I was like, I got to just earmark this one just for fun on the Captain's Cast. I have not read the comments on this. This is me being genuinely curious. The captain is a curious man. I just am. And so naturally, I wanted to see what people thought about Alien DERP. So this is the post. Any fans of the Alien Earth finale? That is the query that is posed by the poster here. You know, I'm trying to figure out which episode is dumber, the final episode of Alien DERP or the spaceship episode. The spaceship flashback episode that explains how these total morons let all the critters out. They just let them all out of their cages to wreak havoc. So stupid. Then they trained the alien to be a pet alien. I you know what? Just for the hell of it, I went and watched Alien Resurrection again. I watched it up to the point where it sort of becomes kind of unwatchable, which is when Ripley goes to join the aliens. But I was watching it again, and I was like, this is way better than Alien Earth. Because at least in Alien Resurrection, the aliens are actually malevolent, terrifying. They're actually more clever in that movie than they were even shown to be in the previous two. Like Joss Whedon's film leaned into how deceptively intelligent the aliens can be. And they were dangerous and scary and just dripping with saliva. They are gross. They are really gross in that movie, which is what they should be. You shouldn't have any inclination whatsoever to pet one of these things. If you feel the urge to pet the xenomorph, you've got serious issues. You might even be a furry. No, I'm just saying it's unusual, okay? I'm just saying it's unusual. Oh my God, I just thought of something. Rule 34. Don't even contemplate it. Just don't even contemplate it. Okay, now... Alien Resurrection, I stand by it. Alien Resurrection is dumb, and it's a lot of fun. I enjoy it a lot. I really do. Okay, but the aliens were at least intimidating in that movie, which is what they're supposed to be. Okay, so the question is, I'm sorry, I interrupted myself. Any fans of the Alien Earth finale? And then this was the first one I saw. Nope. Terrible ending to a show that had potential. I agree with that. I agree this show had potential. I really enjoyed the build-up to the finale, but I felt that Hawley that would be Noah Hawley, to my surprise, the really dumb showrunner of this show, just didn't know how to end it, which he didn't know how to write it. See, already you've lost me with this take. Because you're saying, it was all good right up until the end. The end is the product of how dumb it was from the beginning. The reason the ending is so dumb in this show is because all of it was dumb. All of it. These characters were idiots and incompetent boobs. How are you supposed to write some kind of compelling ending when your characters... literally, the reason everything happens in this show is supreme stupidity and arrogance at every single turn possible. So anyway, he says he just didn't know how to end it, which irks me because season 2 was never a guarantee. It's a double-edged sword. I feel like having it set in an alternate timeline saved it from... What? Who said that? Close quote for a second. Who said that? Who said anything about an alternate timeline? Nobody stated that in the show. I haven't heard any of the showrunners state this in interviews, and even if they did, why would that even matter? They say this about every single Alien film. Well, Alien Romulus is in an alternate timeline. Oh, well, Prometheus is not in the James Cameron Aliens timeline. Oh, well, Alien Covenant is that doesn't even take place in any of the other Alien films franchise except the first one. That's just a prequel, and it's just Ridley Scott's side project. It's not even really canon for Alien. Why is that always the answer with, this is the way I see it. Every single Alien film is canon in the same universe, and that includes Prometheus and Covenant. Because have you noticed, we never have this argument about Star Wars, do we? Now, you and I, as transient, very insightful critics and aficionados of our beloved George Lucas Star Wars, we do draw the distinction between Lucas-era Star Wars and Disney Kathleen Kennedy-era Star Wars. But that is not because we have any illusions about what Disney considers canon. We know for a fact that everything that is shown, from the Acolyte to the Solo film to the sequel, all of that is in the same universe, which ironically is kind of had it ever occurred to you before that they've never considered doing an alternate Star Wars universe the way that they will do this with Star Trek, like with the J.J. Abrams Star Trek movies, or like with the MCU and the multiverse, or the DCU and their multiverse? Why do they never consider doing this for Star Wars? By the way, I'm not saying they should. I'm just saying, interesting, isn't it, that it's never questioned, it's never considered, ever, that Star Wars, anything Star Wars, is meant to take place in an alternate universe. So this is bullshit. This is not meant to be in an alternate Alien universe. This is Alien. This is what they've done to it. This is what they do to everything. They're locusts. They're parasites. That would be the creators behind these shows, the corporations that own the IPs. Says, quoth the poster here, I feel like having it set in an alternate timeline, it wasn't, saved it from screwing up the main film canon with how dumbed down the Alien concept feels in comparison. Why is there a question mark there? The larva instead of Plagiaris prepotens. What? How did you know that? This is like deep lore. This is why you're saying it's not in the main canon, because you are someone who cares about this. You're someone who cares about canon and lore, and you care about these films being good, and so this is your headcanon. You're saying it's not in the same universe. Well, fine. They don't know that. The creatives behind the show. The larva instead of the Plagiaris prepotens, the juvenile instead of a cocoon, the alien can imprint on an android. There's no more cosmic horror. I agree with that. They stripped all the cosmic horror out of the xenomorph. No existentialism with created and creator, no engineers. The closest we get is T. Ocellus knowing pi. Oh my God. Where did you find this information? I feel so bad for this guy that's posting here, because I used to be like this. I used to be like this with Kurtzman-Trek. I used to care. I used to try and talk about, okay, well then which is the prime timeline and what happened in the new Kirk timeline. Oh my God. Best thing that ever happened to me was when I stopped giving a shit about all that. I recommend it for this. This is a blue pill, and my heart breaks for him. This is a classic blue pill. But he's finding out. As for other creatures, it's a bunch of flies that eat metal, bugs that suck your blood. Those were cool. I enjoy the blood suckers. That was cool. And a plant that eats you. I mean, who doesn't love that? Who doesn't love that? There's no subtle, supernatural, incomprehensible cosmic stuff. No, because this show is written by retards. Retards. I'm trying to help. I'm trying to reach this person. There's no mystery behind it. In my opinion, tossing the canon aside. You know what? The one thing This is such a pattern in modern TV. The one thing that interested me in this show was the mysterious origins of the critters. I was like, I'm curious about these critters. The most fascinating part of the show is when Timothy Oliphant's android character would be studying them and theorizing about them. That was the one part of the show where I was totally glued to it, into it. I'm like, yes, tell me more. And you'd get like 2 minutes. Oh my God, I can't even, my mind's going too fast. I'm so frustrated with this. You can't even believe it. The boy Cavalier, the trillionaire idiot, supposedly savant genius, but truly he's an idiot, who owns this company, you would have 2 minutes of Timothy Oliphant with a kind of Data, Spock, brilliant, like scientific analysis that was super interesting. And you're like, oh yes, tell me more. And this stupid child character would interrupt with, I don't care. How are we going to monetize it? Or some bullshit like that. You know what? Let's put it in this cage and see what happens. I'm curious about it. And you'd be like, shut the fuck up. I was interested. I wanted to know more about the science behind these characters. But all we get is annoying melodrama. And then after that 2 minutes, it would be 30 excruciating, monotonous, terrible minutes of teenage android melodrama. And while I was watching this, it hit me that this is what every show is now. Anything that tries to be high concept, especially Apple TV shows, they're a big offender. Like Dark Matter on Apple TV, big offender. They try to be interesting and clever, and they try to be focused on like science fiction, but they give you like 1 minute of interesting sci-fi stuff before stupid millennial humor interrupts the moment. And then the rest of the episode is melodrama filler about the characters and their personal dramas. So there's actually nothing ever accomplished in modern TV seasons. Nothing ever gets accomplished. You wind up exactly where you started in the beginning. The Acolyte was just like this, by the way. The Acolyte was just like that. Nothing really gets accomplished by the end of it. Okay, sure, yeah, the characters are in different places, and Osha has killed her master in cold blood and enjoyed it. But really, you could have resolved all of that in the first 2 episodes. You didn't need all that filler in the middle to get to that. You could have literally just had that be 3 episodes and it's over. Just like a little mini-series. So this is my problem with it is it's there we go. Okay, next comment. Oh, Star Fury. You've got to watch the last restream because I went hard on this show. This show is such a disaster. They made the aliens pets. This is a shot from the final episode in which Wendy, she's the frumpy female protagonist because we must always have a female protagonist in an alien show. That's what Alien 1 was about. This shot is from her rallying all of her troops, which includes her 2 trained pet xenomorphs. I don't think you could have handled it, Star Fury. You're gonna be Michael Archangel is in the chat. Oh, hi, Michael Archangel. You said you dumped all the sheets for the wife to figure out. I don't want to put sheets on the bed. Now look, I didn't make the rules. Look, there's just certain things men are better at, and there's things women are better at. And putting sheets on the bed, it's just we're not wired for that. We men. When we live alone, we don't even have sheets. We just have like a blanket on the mattress. That's how all my friends in high school were. All of my friends in high school were like that. My mom would always put sheets on my bed. But I would go to my friends' houses and they would always have just a pile of blankets on a bare mattress. And that's how they would sleep. I was like, how do you sleep that way? It's like, so that's the way. All right. What was what else? Oh, this guy had this reply. Wait, it's set in an alternate timeline? Yes, confirmed by the events in the show. And no, it wasn't. No, it isn't. There is no events in the show that confirm that. Oh, and the wiki. The wiki says it. The executives said it. The executives don't know dick. They don't know anything about. They don't care. They'll say whatever they have to say for marketing purposes. I don't believe anything they say. From the Alien DERP. Alien DERP is a science fiction horror television series created by Noah Hawley. It is set in the Alien franchise 2 years before the events of Alien. I'm missing the part where this is not in an... Okay, here it is. The series takes place in an alternate timeline within the Alien universe and is not considered part of the main canon. You know what's incredible? If that's true, that's what they've said about every single entry. They've basically said that every single entry doesn't take place in the same universe as the other entries. What's the point of that? Then why do you put so much effort into saying, oh, this takes place between... Romulus takes place between Alien and Aliens? Literally, FX posted a timeline of all the Alien films, including Prometheus and Covenant, and where they all fit. They literally posted that in their official marketing. So I don't believe this for a second. I think that this is wishful thinking on the part of Blue Pills, and it's sad. And it will be better for all concerned when they wake up and realize that, surprise, the IP that you find so fascinating and interesting and care so much about and do all this research for, it has been officially IP mined. And the corporate raiders that have taken possession of it don't care. They don't give a fuck. They don't give a fuck. They don't care whether you think it's in an alternate timeline or not. They don't care whether it's accurate to the lore. They don't care. They collected their paycheck and they served you up AI-generated slop. And you consumed it like a good consumer. What is it that Asmongold always says? I have this, don't I, Mr. Producer? I know I loaded it. Hang on. I got it. I didn't load it. Delay of game. All right. I have to load this clip for next time. But anyway, it's Asmongold says... You may say it's slop, but the world's full of hogs. And that's what I see when I see this pathetic post trying to apologize for it. Let's see. What else is in it? I'm being awfully harsh, I admit. Okay, let me go back to the main post because I clicked into that. Face the facts, man. Hawley does not respect the franchise. He wanted people to recognize his take on the franchise, which is understandable, but I'll leave it there, blah, blah, blah. Disappointing as hell. This is coming from someone who loves this franchise. The trailers look great. Show itself is total shit. It had absolutely no redeeming qualities. Everything about it was low-quality slop. Hello, thank you. Thank you. To the haters, do you know how hard it is to get this high of a rating on IMDb? That might be sarcasm. I can't tell. Game over. Oh, that's perfect. Yes. Game over, man. Game over. Dude, I love Hudson so much. He is the dark horse of the Alien franchise. Am I right about this or am I right about this? Bill Paxton's Hudson is the dark horse, amazing character of the Alien. They should have revealed that he somehow survived. He blew himself up with a grenade, but they should have still revealed or no, was that someone else? Is he Hudson? Help me out with this chat. Or am I confusing the characters? Anyway, Bill Paxton's character, they should have revealed that he somehow survived and he became the main character of all the Alien movies. That would have been the appropriate play. We just got our asses kicked, pal. I loved it, and there is nothing to compare it to be honest. It just needs a little tweak in the story. I thought you just said that you loved it. What tweak does it need? That's a big no. Yes, Hicks. Michael Bean is Hicks. This was me after the finale. Yes, excellent. Excellent choice. So, look, I have not read these yet. So I was genuinely curious. Would this be a dog pile in favor or against? Because my theory, what I've seen, is a lot of people praising Alien DERP. And I think the problem with the internet is, how do you know what's really the preponderance of people's opinions? How do you really know? And this, much better. This is very heartening. Quote, this felt like the penultimate episode to the finale. It should have ended with Wendy taking the kids and Xenomorph. Oh, my God. This is why we can't have nice things. She should have taken her pet Xenomorph and the kids. I don't even think these should have been characters. She's slowly becoming the woman in black. That way, Wayland Yutani, you misspelled Yutani, never gets the Xeno, thus sets up Alien. Oh, man, this show had potential. What do you mean had potential? Because you feel like there needed to be one more episode. So that's another way of realizing that you got fucked. Why are people like this? I don't understand. You're so negative, Captain. Why are you so picky? It's like, you are too. You just don't know it. Like this person right here is saying that the last episode felt like the second to last episode. That's another way of saying that they screwed up the ending, which screws up the whole season. It was 7 episodes. You can't do 8 and give it a good ending? That's another way of saying that it's badly written. I shouldn't judge them too harshly. They just want good things like we all do. They just unfortunately can't face reality. Quote, God, no, that show was a waste of 8 hours. Sorry, 8 episodes. One more would have solved, no, one more wouldn't have helped anything. Nothing resolved or advanced, no real story. I hated it like poison. That is, close quote, that's exactly how modern TV is. They give you 8 episodes that resolves nothing. By the way, the second season of House of the Dragon did the same fucking thing. The second season of House of the Dragon, same deal. It ends before any major meaningful battle moves the ball forward. And it's like, this is what they do with every show now. Every episode is a delaying action. Do you realize this? Every episode is not about getting you closer to the resolution of the story. Every episode is about keeping you engaged while thinking you're about to get the resolution, so you'll keep watching. And then, at the end of the final episode, you think, oh, that was not an ending. What was that, an ending? And then it's a cliffhanger. I guess I just have to wait for the next season. So this is how they generate. AI is going to replace Noah Hawley. Noah Hawley is exactly the kind of person AI is going to replace, because he has really he's only useful because he's keeping the shell game going. He's conning the audience into thinking they're going to get something that's never coming. And that is fine. That's fine for the corporate goons, because they don't care. They don't care about art or craft or any of that. All they want is the content to keep flowing and the audience to keep playing it. That's all they care about. I am so grateful that my competition is so lazy. That's from Alex Hormozy. He says, realize that 95% of your competition in any business are lazy as fuck. All right, I'll cool it on the F-bombs after this. They are lazy as hell. A pet Xeno. Star Fury's triggered. Star Fury's triggered. I knew he would be. Oh, Star Fury. You don't even know how bad it is. You don't even know. They pet it. They literally pet it. They turned him into the stupid dipshit train raptors from Jurassic World. It's so bad. Crowbar says Hudson was pulled down by the xenomorphs. That's right. Okay, cool. Thank you. It was Gorman. You're right. Gorman and Vasquez blew themselves up. Thank you, Crowbar the Skull. Yes, exactly. So, yeah. So, you're right. So, Hudson could have lived because he was pulled under. So, we didn't actually see him get gutted or anything. So, like, it's possible that he survived. And why am I doing this to myself? This is not a fantasy. It's ever going to come true. But, fan fiction. Who knows? Putting kids' minds in adult bodies, says Michael Archangel. That's pretty sus, though Japan approves. I mean, to be fair, almost every single fighting aliens or fighting monsters anime, for some reason, requires 16-year-old schoolgirls. Let's just be fair here. Listen, I'm always at a tough... See, I'm not like Nerdrotic or Critical Drinker. He is a writer himself, but I'm not like Nerdrotic or D-Day Cobra or Ryan Kinnell, the angriest man on the internet in this way. They are purely critics. That's purely what they are. They're not creatives themselves, which is not... I'm not being disrespectful. I'm saying that's their lane. That's what they do. I am a hybrid. I do both. I'm also a creative. I write books. So... I have a different view of things like that. I see it as really nothing is outside the bounds of possibility in a story. That doesn't mean that I'm going to agree that a trope or a creative choice was a good one, right? It doesn't mean I'm going to agree with that. But I do think that one of the classic elements of science fiction is exploring strange circumstances that couldn't happen any other way, such as your mind being switched into the body of someone else, or slipping into an alternate reality and meeting yourself, in another world. Those are the kinds of things that sci-fi is built for. So I'm not necessarily opposed to the idea of the hybrid situation of like they were child's minds put in adult bodies. And I don't even think the show handled it in any particular way that I thought was super offensive. But really my objection to it, as regards Alien DERP specifically, is that it was boring. It was boring, and it wasn't that it was an immoral creative choice, in my view. It's that it was the way that it was presented really added nothing to the story, in my opinion. Until you get to the final episode and you realize that, they wanted a girl boss. They wanted a slay queen girl boss, and this was their way of getting at it. They were setting that up from the very beginning. They were setting it up from episode 1. Caps Lock. Who's got Caps Lock? Neon Genesis Evangelion for the win. Yeah, you knew it was Caps Lock. Shala Ball should be putting sheets on her bed. What else is that? Let's see if there's any other comments. I feel like this is going to be one of those situations where people will look back fondly as time goes on. No, it won't. Especially if we get a season 2. I can't imagine watching this and thinking it's terrible slop when we have entries like Resurrection in the franchise. At least in Alien Resurrection, the aliens were not dipshit pets. They were not pet dogs. Oh my God. Oh, this is a clip from the show. This is the gift that this guy chose to make his point. I rest my case. This situation is so stupid. She has the ability to unlock all of the doors in the facility with her mind, and the guy who created her knew this, but still tried to lock her up, and she let herself out, and the show treats it like this was some brilliant chess move on her part. Okay, well, that's enough of that. Mostly negative on the feedback, but since Star Fury missed last episode, just for fun, I want to revisit just real quickly the depths to which Alien DERP sank. I think I have it here, Mr. Producer. Oh yeah. Oh, here it is. Yeah. I do have it. All right, let me share audio because I think I'm going to play a clip too. Star Fury. And anyone who forgot or missed last episode, this GIF that you're seeing on the screen is from Alien Earth. This is real. She literally pets the baby alien after it hatches. And she smiles. And she's like, it's so cute. It's so misunderstood. It's just a sweet little pet animal. And it's not in its home. And it's confused. How to Train Your Xenomorph. That is this season. That's what it was. It was literally, I wouldn't be surprised. I would not be surprised if Noah Hawley in an interview is like, I was very inspired by the script to How to Train Your Dragon, and it gave me a lot of ideas. Oh, yeah, this beauty. What a real beauty this one is. And then this is when her pet xenomorphs assemble. She's got Papa Xenomorph and baby Xenomorph, and they're all like, we're here to help. We're here to slay Queen. Fu Man Blue says change the top chat pull down at the top of chat to fan funding. Important message. Fan funding. Oh, did I miss a super chat? I am so sorry, Fu Man. I'm really sorry that I missed that. Usually it has a banner that shows me it's there. But okay, cool. Well, thank you for letting me know. I appreciate that. Fu Man Blue with a super chat. Where is my applause, Mr. Producer? Let the people be heard. Thank you, Fu Man. Says, I'm holding future donations hostage until you start getting serious about SG-1. The DS9 talk is wounding me when you still haven't watched the best show ever. I know, you and my dad both. My dad loves that show. He loves that show. He's always been trying to get me to watch it. I watched 3 seasons of it, Fu Man. 3 seasons. It's like One Piece, that show. There's like 5 series and there's 100 episodes. Listen. SG-1 is your comfort food. DS9 is my comfort food. When I just need a happy place, it's not about actually watching TV. I just need a happy place for an hour or two. That's where I go. That's all. It's nothing personal, but then it pulls me back in. So, but anyway, but fair enough. I will take your request under advisement. Maybe I have to switch it to live chat. I swear, does it not show them anymore? Usually it highlights. That's weird. So my chat window is not highlighting your super chat at all. Like I didn't even see it. I think that some of the chat got lost for some reason. Let me go back to. Really weird. Because it's not giving me my full chat history. I can't scroll all the way to the top of my chat history. This is like disconcerting, to say the least. So YouTube must have glitched, because normally I see that super chat pop up. But anyway, if I miss another one, just hit @Swords of Starships and I'll get it. I'll definitely get it. This is so incredible. I retract my thread of DVD. Yeah, you don't have to retract. I really don't know you watched that many. I did. I watched 3 seasons. I think the last episodes I watched, just to prove that I'm not fibbing, I believe Daniel had found his wife, and she found his wife, and it did not end well, and he quit the team for a while, but then he came back. So I was, and he found like a new reason to be part of they had a replacement for Daniel, and he wasn't working out at all, like at all. Okay, share this, Mr. Producer. It's a Gundam found this clip of Dark Side Phil. And look, I'm not like, I'm not like an endlessly chasing after Darkside Phil clips, but every once in a while, it is amazing to realize people like this exist, okay?
A sub. How about...
This is... I can't even imagine being this way. I feel like this is very like apropos. I mean, Fu Man Blue just sent a $10 super chat, and this seems very appropriate.
Enough with this dragging the feet. Let's get some support. We're at $39 of support. Let's get to the goal. Let's get some support right now. How about some super chats? How about a sub? How about a tip, a juicy tip? Let's get some incentive. Let's get some movement. Let's get some.
Oh my God. That's so. If you're listening, DSP, they zoomed at DSP as he was talking, stuck his finger deep in his ear canal and just cleaned it out. Oh my God. That's so disgusting. He's such a disgusting human being. Like all the way around. He's so repulsive. It's fascinating. He's so repulsive. It's like Dr. Pimple Popper. Have you ever seen, like people watch that stuff. They love that stuff because it's so repulsive. I don't. But some people think that's so repulsive, it's fascinating. That's what Darkside Phil is to me. He's so repulsive as to be morbidly fascinating. It's incredible. So sometimes you'll see me do this. You'll see me go off camera for just a second. Is it, just like that? And then I come on back, or I mute it for a second. And it's so that, all I'm doing is like blowing my nose, right, with a Kleenex or something. But you don't need to see that. You don't need to see me blowing my nose. So I just, turn off the camera, take care of it, and come back. This guy's sticking his finger in his ear.
Momentum going. Let's get more subs on Kick. Come on, let's get someone drop a nice juicy tip. How about a nice distracting super chat? Juicy tip. Let's hit the goals right now. And let's get a big, fat, juicy tip. Let's get some goals hit. Let's hit the goal right now by the end of this podcast. So who's going to do a nice, big, juicy tip here at the end of the stream to get to
450? Who's going to do it?
A nice, juicy tip. Send it right now through the PayPal link. A nice, juicy tip. Send me a juicy tip. Let's hit the goal. Right? A nice, big, juicy tip. Or maybe a good,
why does he keep saying
20
that?
subs over on Kick.
Oh my God, he is awful. he's just one of the most. I'm thankful. I'm thankful for cautionary humans like DSP. How is he still relevant without? No, he's not at all relevant. At all. Every once in a while, when I'm just needing a gut check about humanity, my place in the cosmos, just, the meaning of life. Every now and then, a little dose of DSP, Dark Side Phil, is an excellent reminder of what's important in life. Which is... And if you're wondering what that is, it's basically the opposite of everything DSP represents. Okay, cool. Let's grab the next thing in the stack of stuff. You know what? We'll probably do that one a little later in the programming, Mr. Producer. First, however, I do think it is important that we address an issue. And it has to do with a new film that's coming out. It's called Tron Ares, another exercise in IP mining. And, all I can say is trouble is brewing.
Now shall you deal with me, O prince,
and all the powers of hell!
That's right, trouble is brewing, my dear chat, and it is brewing this time in the form of the impending Tron Ares film. Now, there is a new trailer, and I've got to tell you, Jared Leto is already kind of a fail, but I just want to play this trailer for you, and you tell me if you think that this is looking good. So, I'm so used to putting a like on my favorite YouTubers, I just do it out of habit. I almost put a like on it. Dang it.
Years ago.
Member
built
berries.
a world beyond the screen as real as our own. The grid. One day, those worlds will come to ours.
This is the end of mankind.
In the words of D-Day Cobra, I'm seeing a lot of diversity. Which is a great thing. That's a wonderful thing.
Mankind. No, it's not.
I do think the music could be cool. I'm enjoying it so far. The music is like the one good thing, and the visual effects are cool. I'm just seeing a lot of, let's say, filler characters. I'm seeing a lot of empowered females, which, we hate empowered females on the Swords of Star. We don't like it at all. We never enjoy complex female characters, ever. And so that's an immediate red flag.
Very good, man.
Tron Ares.
Classic.
Rated PG-13.
But the real issue is it looks like the same tired girl boss tropes could be at play here. We'll see. I mean, the jury's kind of still out because who knows? It could be really good. All I know is I haven't seen anything in those trailers that is anything other than flashy, nostalgic, and cool looking. But I have not seen a story that really hooks me, so I feel like this is more IP mining. Let's try this trailer.
In 10 days, the visually stunning world of Tron.
Wrangler is in the chat. Oh, hi, Wrangler, and welcome aboard. I hope I enabled audio. Okay, good. Thank God I did. Okay, good.
Will finally come to ours.
Now that is the coolest thing I have ever seen.
Oh, here we go.
Greetings, program. Classic. Ready? There's no going back.
Tron Ares, rated PG-13.
I'm trying to stop it on that. Well, anyway, I'm just saying, okay? Just saying. I see a lot of check boxes. We'll see. More like yawn, says Tron. More like yawn, says Crowbar the Skull. Now, I'm always happy to be proven wrong. If the film is really well done, complex characters, a lot of fun, and a really good story, great. I would enjoy that because, as Fu Man Blue was bringing up earlier in the stream, I can basically count on one hand how many good movies there's been this year. Maybe not even that, and they're all horror movies basically. Sinners, Weapons, and Good Boy are basically those are the best movies we've had for the year. I don't know. It's definitely on the line because this is the kind of trailer where they're showing you a lot of stuff that's cool, but let me put this a different way. It used to be that when I saw a trailer that didn't really tell you much about what was going on, but it looked really cool, I was super excited, and I would go to the movie, and I'd be like, oh, cool, I can't wait to see what this is about. And let me give you a great example of an early trailer that was like this. The first trailers for The Matrix, back in the late 90s, the first trailers for The Matrix were probably the most insanely cool thing you'd ever seen in a trailer. I'm just flat out. They were just insanely cool, but they were very cryptic, and they leaned heavily into the notion of like, you can't be told what the Matrix is, you must be shown. And they were like, what is the Matrix? Was the entire marketing campaign. That was it. That was the entire marketing hook of that movie was, what is the Matrix? Well, you have to go see the movie to find out. And literally, I'm kind of amazed that this is the way I literally had no clue what it was until I went to see the movie. And then, of course, you watch the movie and it's revealed oh my God, that's so cool. And that was the experience everyone had with it. It was like nobody understood, what is that? They see Neo dodging in bullet time. Like, what? What's that about? So there was a time when you could have a trailer that just looked cool and you'd be like, oh, awesome. Good chance. That's an awesome movie. Now, I see movies that seem like they have a decent story, and then you go and see them and they're complete trash. And that has happened to me so often in the last decade that now if I don't hear like spoken lines of dialogue that convince me that this is a really interesting idea for a story, I'm not into it. I'm just not into it. And so when I see trailer after trailer after trailer of Tron Ares and all it is music and visuals, I'm like, well, that's a great music video, but is that a movie? I hope it's good. I hope it's good. We could use a good one, but, trouble is brewing. So, now, as you may know, my dear chat, The Mandalorian and Grogu had an official trailer released. This was a official trailer in which absolutely nothing happened. It was just a TikTok reel of Baby Yoda being cute and the Mandalorian being, quiet, stoic Pedro Pascal voice. And that's it. And the Shills just went, it was an absolute panty dropper for the Shills. They were so excited. They were so happy. Well, apparently, there is such a thing as a shill hedging their bets. And they might be walking it back a little because, you see, the shill does not operate the way you and I do. They don't operate like a regular human. They suffer from a disease. It's called shillery by proxy. And it's quite incurable, and the prognosis is grim. And so we turn to Mr. Grizzy, who, while he studies feverishly for an inoculation that can prevent this dread disease from spreading to the rest of humanity, in the meantime, he is providing us with a healthy dose of ridicule and laughter at the shill's expense. And so we're going to check in on the Mandalorian and Grogu shills and just see what they're thinking. All right, put a like on that one, Mr. Producer.
I feel like there's been a sudden turn with The Mandalorian amongst Star Wars fans and then people that don't really even like Star Wars that much, that it's like, oh, here we go. Here's another.
The headline that's on the screen, the Mandalorian and Grogu trailer, Star Wars fans trashed the new movie as worst in 48 years. Wow. That is why if you are watching the Captain's Cast every Saturday night in its new time slot, you are on the cutting edge, because I reacted to the Mandalorian and Grogu trailer last week, and it was the first time I'd seen it. And what did I tell you? I said, where is the hook for this story? There's no story here. There's no hint of who the villain is. There's no hint of stakes. There's no hint of like what the danger to the galaxy is. We literally see nothing we could not have seen in a filler episode of the TV show. It looks like a boring middle season episode of the TV show. And they think that this is going to be one of the shills said it was going to be a $2 billion movie. No, I am not shitting you. I've got the tape to prove it. I said there's nothing to see here. And once again, I am proven to be prescient.
The Mandalorian thing, like, oh, I'm so sick of this thing. And I'm not fully sure why.
How about it sucked?
So the first official trailer for The Mandalorian and Grogu failed to achieve 10 million views in 7 days.
Oh, that's bad.
And even some of the biggest Disney Star Wars shills can't hide their disappointment.
I was surprised at how much negativity and hate it got.
I think I was expecting a little bit more of a setup for story.
Leon says the first...
Oh, I can't believe this! I have lived long enough to see a shill say that there wasn't enough setup for the story. This is incredible. This is incredible. Never doubt. We are winning. We are winning, my dear sailors and starnauts. Like the fact that... Did I said this last week? Did I not say this, Fubad Blue? You were there. I said this. We started the video, right? And I said, is it just me? Or do the shills seem a little low energy lately? They seem a little down. I said they seem a little bit sad. And I'm talking about their reactions, because they were doing their reaction videos like, oh, Grogu. And I was like, they seem a little bit low. They need like a Red Bull or something. I was right. And what did I say? I said last episode, I said that is a sign to me that it's getting tiring for them. It's getting very tiring. I mean, I just can't even imagine living this way, but having to lie about how excited you are about something all the time. Having to always pretend that you are screaming, literally screaming with excitement at every single piece of AI-generated trash that Disney force feeds you. I can't imagine a more exhausting lifestyle. It would be so draining, but worse than that, it's not even popular anymore to fake it. Like literally their own audiences have turned on them. Everyone has basically admitted that Disney Star Wars is an unmitigated catastrophe. Kathleen Kennedy has run the entire operation into the ground. It is trash. You've had multiple flops, canceled films in never-ending development. Hell, The Acolyte is one of the most embarrassing TV shows of the decade. One of the truly worst TV shows of the decade. And certainly the worst Star Wars show ever. They have had failure after failure after failure. And the shills have repeated this cycle over and over and over. Oh my God, it's so good. It's so good. Oh my God, I'm so excited. Oh, it's just the haters. It's just the review bombers. Oh, it's just the toxic bigots. The movie comes out, it's slop. The movie was so good. Oh, the movie was this is the best thing ever since the last thing. And then they're like, well, all the people saying they hate it are just bots or review bombers. That's not real. And then 6 months down the line, well, I mean, of course it could it have been better? Sure, I'm a fair guy. But I mean, listen, what do you want? Things suck since COVID. Every single time they've been living the same 8-month cycle over and over again for years. How exhausting must that be? And finally, it's beginning to show. Look at this. Folks, this is evidence. This is evidence that we are finally, think of it. These are the people that exist to prop up Disney no matter what. Nor the battle too strong, nor the nor the criticism too withering. They will stand firm. They will hold the line. They will never admit that anything Disney creates is trash, because that would mean they're bigots. These are the people that are now starting to crack. We are winning.
And dying in your beds many years from now, would you be willing to trade all the days from this day to that for one chance, just one chance, to come back here and tell our enemies that they may take our lives, but they'll never take our freedom!
Love it. Okay, roll tape. Oh, Star Fury. Yes. We did take their freedom. Yes. We won. We won. It took years of grinding them down, but they can't. Look, listen, they're fighting their own chats. Oh, we beat them. It was really hard. It was really hard. We had to it took years of just carrying the banner of good storytelling forward, demanding better, demanding it. Where is my music, Mr. Producer? I need my music. And I know I had it muted, so I have to go back. We have inflicted defeat after defeat after defeat on the Shill. And now, at long last, they have nothing left in the tank, man. They have nothing left. They can't. The cycle is breaking. This is the stage of the cycle where they fight their own chat, tell them that if you're a bigot, unsubscribe from my channel, because that Mandalorian trailer is the greatest thing I've ever seen. And they can't do it anymore, chat. They can't do it. Are you tired of winning yet? Are you tired of winning? I'm not. But if you are, too bad, because you're going to keep winning. Okay, enable audio, roll tape. You know what I should do? From now on, see, this is why they say this on a film set. They say lights, camera, sound, action. That's why they say that, so that nobody forgets to turn on the right thing. So from now on, sound, roll tape.
Would have said it nicer.
What a fucking bitch.
Wait, what did he say?
Leon says the first Star Wars movie since The Rise of Skywalker should not be some Lilo and Stitch type shit. Disney's logic kills me.
Oh, is that not delicious? That's exquisite. That's exquisite. Their own shill chat is saying, what the fuck is this? This is the first film since Rise of Skywalker. Where is the Rian Johnson trilogy? Where is the Benioff and Weiss trilogy? Where is the Taika Waititi trilogy? Where are all of the anthology films? Where is the Rey trilogy? Why is the first film since The Rise of Skywalker some Lilo and Stitch bullshit? Can you calculate? I promised you, didn't I? I promised you. we would inflict defeat after defeat after defeat, and, well, we have. We have inflicted withering damage. This is the absolute proof of it.
I would have said it nicer. What
a fucking bitch, am I right?
And I don't know if it's Star Wars fatigue. I don't know if it's Pedro Pascal fatigue. I don't know if it's Mandalorian.
The unbelievable fucking excuses. The absolute excuses. Is it Star Wars fatigue? It's corporate algorithm, AI generated wood chipper garbage fatigue. It's fucking garbage fatigue. How is this difficult to understand? Most of what Disney Star Wars has produced has not been mediocre. It's not been subpar. It's not been bland or flawed. It's been so badly written, so badly created as to be laughable, as to be an absolute embarrassment. So bad. I'm speaking of things like the Book of Boba Fett, Mandalorian Season 3, Obi-Wan Kenobi, The Acolyte. So bad that I can only conclude that the brain trust, for lack of a better term, working on these projects are, I just have no other way to say it. They are stupid people that have no business running a show. So to say, is it Star Wars fatigue, is the worst kind of gaslighting. No. These are projects. The Acolyte should never have been greenlit. And if it were greenlit, it should have been canceled before it aired. And even if it wasn't canceled before it aired, there should be an apology for what an absolute disaster it was. We are sorry that we accidentally let that one get by us. That show was an embarrassment. So no, it's not Star Wars fatigue, because we haven't actually been seeing Star Wars. We have been seeing a Kathleen Kennedy, Leslie Headland, Dave Filoni fever dream. Can they get people that know the lore? Asked Michael Archangel. Well, the question, see, that's a fair question, Michael Archangel. Could they? Sure. They don't care. I mean that quite literally. They don't care. When Leslie Headland was asked what her favorite Star Wars film was while she was pretending to be a Star Wars fan, she said, I like all of them. That is a dead giveaway. Hashtag fake fan, as Mr. Grizzy likes to say. You are not a fan if you can't name which your favorite one is, because that means you don't care enough about it. That's not an answer. I like them all equally. Scissors Wars, possibly.
Fatigue. It just didn't get the reaction and excitement that I was expecting.
That's right,
Crowbar. Kind of mild.
They need writers that aren't woke glue eaters. Glue is not for sniffing or eating. Star Fury.
About it. Not that I was expecting to be blown away by the trailer, because it's a teaser for a movie that's 8 months out. That was my thought.
These people, and Star Wars Sexplained especially, know. They just know that The Mandalorian and Grogu is not going to perform well both with fans and...
Have you noticed that, and it pains me to say this, my dear Chad, it pains me to say this, because I am a Sigourney Weaver fan. I mean, Ghostbusters, Alien, and many other classics that she's been in. She's becoming the kind of science fiction Pedro Pascal in also a film with Pedro Pascal. They're just putting her. All of the superhero shows and movies and all the science fiction thing, they're putting her in all of them now. It's like if you stick Sigourney Weaver in it, it's suddenly like authentic gold standard sci-fi. It's really irritating, I gotta tell you. Really irritating.
Especially at the box office. So the strategy amongst most of the Disney shills is to downplay expectations and just hope for a fun movie.
I have very low expectations for this film. Like, I expect to have fun. I expect to see Grogu and get really...
This is really kind of amazing. It's sort of Orwellian in a strange way. Notice how they're all saying, I just have very low expectations. I just have very low expectations, which is why I can say when it comes out that it's good. Because it was never supposed to be actually good. We all knew that it was going to be basically probably crap. So the fact that it's not quite crap is a really good thing.
Excited.
This is an admission of defeat. This is them admitting that we were right and they were wrong.
It's like, I guess I agree. I have low expectations for Mando and Grogu. Like TV shows that have movies, they feel like long episodes. Mm-hmm. Sometimes they knock it out of the park.
And maybe throw in a little bit of cope.
There wasn't much substance to it, but there rarely is in a teaser trailer.
I don't know why people thought the Mandalorian and Grogu movie was going to be something that it wasn't. And something that it's not is Andor.
I also have absolutely no idea what the plot of that movie is.
Didn't need it at this point. You know what I mean?
Sure.
The movie comes out in May. We're going to get 3
doing
more
stuff.
trailers.
Yeah, they're
you
doing
know what I mean?
Things.
They were doing stuff. Things were happening in the trailer, everyone.
Yeah, it was like a bunch
Things
of
were happening.
Action shots, a bunch of stuff of just like, look, it's Grogu being cute. Like, yeah.
Dude, this is actually pretty incredible. They're basically in total alignment. The shills are in this. They're telling the truth in their own shill way. They're admitting the truth. They're grudgingly admitting the truth. Their description of this is in total alignment with my description of it, which is there was no hook for a story. There was nothing to see here. It was a bunch of stuff happening and Grogu being cute. They're literally admitting I'm right about this. And on top of all of that, they're saying, well, how does this make sense as a direction?
Yeah.
I did like those shots.
Damn whore. So I guess I'm preparing myself for that. This is going to be an extended episode of The Mandalorian. It'll be fun, and it'll probably be a lot of like, look, Anzellans, look, a man.
So one of the strategies these people use, and we've covered this on the channel before, is when something objectively bad from Disney comes out, they always use the "it was a fun movie, it was a fun show, or I had a good time watching it" defense. It's a safe way of praising something without, in their minds, losing their credibility. You know, like if someone were stupid enough to come out and say that The Mandalorian and Grogu would make $2 billion at the box office.
If people want to go see Grogu in the theaters, like they always do, it's not going to make $1 billion. It's going to make $2 billion.
Wow. If Alex and Molly Damon were to come out and say that, they would lose what little credibility they have left pretty damn quick. So, to play it safe, and of course to keep their Disney show access, they just come out and say all we're looking for is to have a good time with Grogu and have a fun time overall watching this movie.
Right. I'm not really watching The Mandalorian for the story anymore.
You're watching it for Grogu.
I just realized what her shirt says. It says, support trans futures. I really need the Billy Bob clip. I keep forgetting to upload it. Jesus.
Grogu.
I'm watching it for action and fun, silly stuff with Grogu.
Yeah, it's not going to reach like the same heights as some other Star Wars stories, but I'm not like mad that it exists.
And I think this is a great...
I'm definitely not reading that one, Michael Archangel. You think I didn't spot it. I see it. I'm not reading that one.
Way to return Star Wars to theaters, because I think it's low stakes. It's something that a lot of fans who liked watching The Mandalorian will probably go and see. Kids will probably like it.
And that's another excuse the pro-Mando crowd is making about the trailer, is that it's for kids, therefore it doesn't require any plot or story.
Yeah, because kids are stupid. And kids don't need to have an intelligent story or meaningful characters or story arcs. They're dumb. And so if the kids like it, then good. So here's what I'll tell you, Michael Archangel. I may come across occasionally on this channel by dint of my erudite and intellectual nature as somewhat uninitiated, as someone who doesn't know the internet. You may think that I am a neophyte, and in some ways I am. But in the words of Lucius Fox in Batman Begins, just don't think of me as an idiot. Or
here,
you could think of me as an idiot. That's fine.
Here's just a quick. This is a Star Wars movie with puppets. This is maybe more kid-friendly.
You know, when I hear this soy boy...
I hate this. Oh, we have absolutely betrayed an entire generation of children. I am so grateful that losers like this were not recommending the content I watched as a kid. Seriously, because I would have been too smart as a child for this garbage. The things I liked as a kid were movies. Ghostbusters was my favorite movie as a kid. My favorite movie. That's a movie that's not even made for kids. It's made for adults. And I loved it. And it was scary even, but I didn't care. And it did scare me. The dog scared me. I didn't care. I was like, push through it, I wasn't a captain yet. Push through it, ensign. That's how you make rank. So, like, when I was a kid, I was watching Quantum Leap and MacGyver, and I loved, let's see, what else did I like? Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, which that's high art, let's face it. I liked stuff that had actual Star Trek. I was into Star Trek. And my heart breaks for, I see, it breaks for what kids are subjected to nowadays. I see, like, my nieces or nephews or, cousins or whatever that are little. I see what they are watching, and it's the most insipid, inane brain rot. I can't even believe it's painful noise to listen to the TV shows they watch nowadays. I remember, like, SpongeBob SquarePants, that was a little bit before my time. SpongeBob is respectable. SpongeBob is actually pretty good. That's pretty entertaining for adults and even teenagers, kids. Everybody can get a laugh out of SpongeBob. These days, the stuff they put on for kids, it's nightmare fuel. It's brainless. It has no substance at all. It's a lot of loud noises. It's literally the equivalent of banging pots and pans. I hate it. I will never allow children of mine to watch brain rot garbage like that. I don't care. Well, they like it. I don't care. They're watching something with a minimum level of intelligence. It has to have a minimum level of intelligence or they're not going to watch it. They happen to see it when they're at their friend's house. Okay, fine. I'm not going to fight over that. But they're not going to sit there watching absolute insipid garbage all day. Oh my God, I've become my father.
Say this, I can't help but think back to real Star Wars and how the Mandalorians were portrayed there as these savages that nobody wanted to mess with.
I will add your head to those of the other Jedi I have killed and take yet another lightsaber for my own. Now you will know why the Mandalorians are feared.
And now in Disney Star Wars, we get a Mandalorian that's nothing more than a glorified babysitter that seems like he belongs more on Sesame Street than he does in a galaxy far, far away.
This felt like the puppet show. This felt like a little kid puppet showcase, which is great.
And these shills trying to defend an objectively bad trailer by claiming that the movie is for kids.
At the end of the day, that is still for the inner kid in me, and I do love little baby Yoda Grogu. He's our baby. He's our guy, dude. Everything he did in this trailer was cute as shit. And I was all for it.
Why don't you have a seat right over there, please?
But that does not mean I'm not still excited for it. I'm not like it. I'm still going to watch it and probably have a lot of fun.
They're going to downplay everything now, but when the movie comes out and they sit down to do their little review, trust me, it's going to be, oh, this was better than we expected. This is actually pretty good.
And I mean, most of the time when I review a Star Wars thing, I'm like, it was good. It was good.
It was good.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
All right, that's all I got for today.
That, sometimes these go by so quick, it doesn't really fully sink in. I mean, look at what he's basically saying here.
I'm like, it was good. It was good.
When I review a Star Wars movie, I'm like, it was good. He's basically that's translation. He's saying it was mediocre. He's saying, I shrugged my shoulder. It was good. So you're admitting it's all mediocre slop at best? Thank you, Sir Madam Marit. I appreciate your honesty. No further comment is required. So again, hat tip to Mr. Grizzy, a man, a myth, a legend, a man serving humanity. Oh, Fu Man Blue. He's saying cute as shit is the new benchmark of excellence. Fuck this shit. Oh, you're so right about that. It's so bad. It's so bad. Of all the things, of all the drivel, the absolute drivel that the shills say, that one was particularly notable. Crowbar the Skull with a $2 super chat. And he says, for the shill fund. I just need you to understand, my dear chat, like the level of generosity, of this chat is something that is truly amazing. Crowbar the Skull. Your donation of just $2 will help fund the basic necessities of living of a suffering shill. Your sponsored shill has a chance, a real fighting chance, at a heavily deficient but somewhat functional life. No, they won't have friends, and yes, they'll have a lifetime supply of virginity, but at the very least, they will be fed, clothed, and housed. You will receive, with your donation, a picture of your sponsored shill in the mail, and regular updates written in crayon, keeping you apprised of their progress toward a seriously deficient but somewhat livable existence. And by supporting the shill, your donations will secure forever, with absolute guarantees, your place in heaven. Thank you. It's the generosity, really. That's right. No, it was just Michael Archangel saying it was so great being able to just buy a ticket for Star Wars. Just Star Wars, not A New Hope. Fu Man Blue says, and who wouldn't love a lifetime supply of virginity? I know, right? Lifetime supply. What else is in the stack of stuff, Mr. Producer? Oh, yes. Yes. I am very excited about this one. There's too much to choose from. Okay, let's do Critical Drinkers K-pop Demon Hunters review because, okay, so here's the deal. I will try to watch K-pop Demon Hunters for Star Fury. And before you get mad at me, Fu Man Blue, I did watch 3 seasons of SG-1, and I will watch more. I will watch more. But that's a whole series. But because I have not yet gone through K-pop Demon Hunters, I thought, what about this? How about, would this be a fair compromise? What if we watch the Critical Drinker review? And the fascinating thing, I love this title for a Critical Drinker's review, by the way, because he does not specify. I'm not sure whether the title is sarcastic or not. I'm guessing it's probably sarcastic, but he says K-pop Demon Hunters laughs at other animated movies. Probably sarcastic, but yeah, it's not clear. Who knows? He might be, so let's find out.
Never let it be said that I don't
sound, roll tape.
Listen to my audience. And one of the things they've been saying very loudly over the past couple of weeks is, Drinker, you should watch K-pop Demon Hunters. It's
This is fascinating. Fascinating. Because Redoubt Productions, where is Redoubt? I miss Redoubt. Where is Redoubt Productions? Well, he's probably on assignment in the Commonwealth, digging up important historical artifacts for us. So that's important work and worthy work. But he was trying to get me to watch this. So this is a recurring thing. Audiences trying to get their YouTubers to watch K-pop Demon Hunters. Fascinating.
It's positively bitching. Drinker, you're always complaining about a lack of good female leads. Well, K-pop Demon Hunters shows you how it should go.
Oh, okay, so that's intended. I thought I screwed up the sound.
Review the kind of thing you should be covering, or I'll find out where you drink.
Shut up!
Alright, fine, I'll watch it. Are you happy now?
2 hours later.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Wait, what?
Okay.
What? Oh, I totally thought he was going to be like, it sucks. It sucked.
Let me caveat that by saying that 40-year-old white guys from Scotland are probably not the target audience for this movie, and I'd be lying if...
See, now that's fair. Listen, I posted a kind of snarky video on the Discord, which, by the way, if you're not in the Discord, the link's in the description. But I was not saying that it's a bad movie. I was just saying, well, I'm in my 40s. I am a white dude. I'm not the target audience for this. I am not the target. I mean, I do like pop music. And I'm sure that there's K-pop songs I would enjoy. All I know is, and look, I enjoyed Wicked. So, I'm not perfect. I'm as flawed a human being as any other. This is just not my thing. That's just not my thing at all.
If I said this was the kind of thing I'm normally into, which is probably to its credit, really, because if even someone like me can watch it and be entertained, well, it must be doing something right. And thinking about it now, K-pop Demon Hunters actually does a lot of things right. Things that Hollywood seemed to have forgotten about 10 years ago, crafting a neat little narrative.
All right, fine, I will watch it. I have to know what I think about it now. I have to know what I really think about it. So I'm going to have to watch this thing. Oh, jeez.
Narrative around a trio of goofy, likable characters with a surprising amount of depth and complexity, a playful jab at the excesses and absurdities of K-pop music, and the
Fu Man saying Redoubt is in the field. You should go look at what he just posted on Discord. I will. I'll check that out. Oh, now Redoubt Productions. Say his name and he appears. Redoubt Productions is in the chat. Excellent. Yeah, so you're gonna get your wish, Redoubt. I'm gonna watch this. I'm gonna watch it. Because now you and Starfury have asked me my thoughts on it, and now the Critical Drinker has surprised me with his opinion, and now I have to know what I think. This is the same thing that happened to me with Barbie. I had no interest in Barbie. And I was fine, and no disrespect to Barbie. I was like, oh, it's making $1 billion. Great, awesome. The babes are loving it. They're dressing up in pink. Cool, enjoy. Never gonna watch it. Zero interest. Don't care about it at all. Great that you love it. No problems whatsoever with that. I'm totally see. This is the misunderstanding we have in our space. We criticize the lesbian space witches in Star Wars because it's in Star Wars. If you want to make a bizarre science fiction show about lesbian space covens, witch covens, This is not me being sarcastic. I'm dead serious. I am fine with that. In fact, I encourage it. I may never watch it. I may watch it. You know, look, I watched Orange is the New Black, and that's basically the same thing. So I'm not even saying I would never watch it. I'm just saying it's not Star Wars. It doesn't belong in Star Wars. Star Trek is not a Buffy the Vampire Slayer melodrama. It's about a serious, speculative science fiction maritime organization that explores the stars. It is meant to be deep and thoughtful and philosophical and always rooted in real scientific theory. That is why Kurtzman Trek is trash. It doesn't mean that Alex Kurtzman can't go and make some bizarre, puppet, musical-driven Buffy the Vampire Slayer style thing of his own. That's totally fine. I'm totally fine with that. But what happened? Everybody had an opinion about Barbie. Everyone was saying Barbie's this. It's an unintentional parody. No, it's an intentional parody. No, it's deadly serious and it's dangerous. Oh, it's fun and light and who cares? Chill out a little. Well, now I have to know what I think about it. And so I had to sit through Barbie, which is one of the most depressing films I've ever seen. And the same thing is about to happen to me with K-pop Demon Hunters, although maybe it's better than Barbie. It's probably better. Michael Archangel thinks it's CGI anime with Cal Arts. Boycott it. It's not anime. I mean, well, I don't. Is it saying it's anime? I don't think it's saying it's anime. I think it's saying it's K-pop.
Excessive fan culture that surrounds it, a modern exploration of Korean folklore and spirituality, brought home by impressively good animation and an annoyingly catchy soundtrack that sticks with you way longer than it should.
I really hated the first song. It's probably the number one thing that kind of turned me off. It's like I did not like the first musical number, but maybe the others will be better. I mostly enjoyed the first musical number in Wicked, which really helped. That actually helped a lot. I was like, oh, this is pretty good.
Believe me, I know. It's not exactly deep or life-changing, and at times it glosses over stuff that probably needed a bit more screen time, but what it is a fun, charming little adventure that left me thinking, yeah, that was alright actually. So join me, my little soda pops, as I give you a rundown of the plots. The movie's set in Korea and
oh my god, while I'm watching this, I pulled up the Discord, and I did see Redoubt had a picture of a steamship, by the way, but Redoubt has in his hand my own book, Blood and Oak. It says, in honor of the captain of our starship and the captain of the USS Philadelphia, that would be Captain William Bainbridge, I bear tribute. FYI, the bookmark is homage to the thread that bound the Treaty of Paris, 1783. And you're at the tomb of William Bainbridge. Wow. So yes, William Bainbridge is a real historical figure who is a character in my book. And you're at the tomb of William Bainbridge. That is very cool. And yes, on the cover you can see that the name of the ship is the Philadelphia. Let me grab this. There it is. Mr. Producer. I need camera on me. There it is. That's my book, Blood and Oak. And then the sequel, Wolves Will Eat, really completes the first story arc of the Adventures of John Sullivan. Think of it as an American Master and Commander. Just think of it as American Master and Commander with a little black sails mixed in. So Redoubt, truly an honor, my friend. I appreciate that. That's super awesome. I'm humbled. That is so cool. You're right. No, Fu Man was right. I needed to look at that. That is crazy. It kind of gives me chills, you know? It's like I spent so much time researching William Bainbridge. And look, my portrayal of him in my book is definitely fictionalized, so I'm not going to claim that it's like a super historically accurate. But I did try and look at as much as I could to give me clues to his personality and what he kind of would have been like. So all of the things that John encounters in his captain's cabin are based on real interests that he had. Like, he loved theater. And he did have an autographed playbill from his favorite actor at the time. So like that. So I did my best to like be as fair to my fictionalized portrayal of him as possible. But that is so cool. Out there in the Commonwealth on assignment, Readout Productions. I'm going to download that image. I could share it with I'll pull it up here in a minute. Okay, roll tape, Mr. Producer.
Centers around an ongoing war between demons trying to consume the souls of every human on Earth and the people fighting to keep them sealed away in the underworlds. They do this by creating a magical energy barrier called the Han Moon, which is maintained and strengthened by harnessing the collective goodwill and spiritual power of humanity through the power of song. Yeah, just stick with me on this. Each new generation sees the creation of 3 new demon hunters whose job it is to come together, inspire humanity through their music to strengthen the Han Moon, and kill the occasional demon who manages to sneak through gaps in the defenses. In this case, it all culminates in the present day with Rumi, Mira, and Zoe, who've come together to form the K-pop group Huntrix, or Hunter X. Ah, fuck, I'm old. Anyway, Huntrix have become a worldwide sensation, selling out arenas and going on world tours. The girls are prepping for the release of their biggest song yet, Golden, which should in theory be enough to finally seal the rift between our world and the demon world forever. But then, oh no, lead singer Rumi starts to lose her singing voice. Whatever could be at play here? Well, it turns out that it's more than just a bad case of laryngitis. Young Rumi's actually been hiding a secret from her bandmates this whole time. She's actually half demon herself.
No way! Yes way!
And the demonic influence is becoming increasingly difficult for her to hide.
I have read the Rhapsody series, Fu Man, but it's been a long time. I've forgotten a lot of it. But yes, I actually did read that. I never read all the way to the end, though.
Meanwhile, the demons themselves are getting a bit tired of all this shit and hatch a plan to destroy the Han Moon so that they can invade Earth in full force. Their plan is to send a bunch of hot young demons in human form to create a rival boy band called the Saja Boys that'll steal away Huntrix's fans, weaken the...
I might have to walk back my promise to watch this now. But Redoubt took a picture of my book at the tomb of William Baybridge, so I don't have a choice. I have to watch it.
Han Moon until it finally collapses. Things are complicated when the leader of the Saja Boys falls in love with Rumi when he recognizes a kindred spirit in her. But when the two bands are pitched against each other in a televised competition being broadcast to the whole world, which side will ultimately emerge victorious? Now, what I'm describing probably sounds completely...
Michael Archangel's like, this story sucks. Your words, not mine.
Bonkers, because it is. But part of the charm of K-pop Demon Hunters is that it knows how silly it is, and instead of backing away from it or trying to tone it all down to make its story more grounded, instead it just says,
A humble collector has arrived in the chat, says, it's honestly pretty great. Hey, fair enough. That opinion is welcome also. Look, again, I'm just saying, it's probably not my thing, but I have to watch it now to see what I think about it. I like Korean culture and Korean cinema a lot. I just think this particular one, I don't know, but I can see, like, Critical Drinker is basically saying, like, yeah, I could see why people like it.
Fuck it, and throws itself right in. It dares to have fun with its goofy premise, and it invites you to have fun too. Director Maggie Chang apparently wanted to tell a story that would fuse together ancient Korean mysticism and
Star Fury, a rare moment of heartfelt humanity from Star Fury, says, well, we all need a little... Mr. Interstellar is absolute trash and love is not the fifth dimension himself is saying, hey, we all need a little silly once in a while. Star Fury loves this movie. He totally does. Don't deny it.
Folklore with the ultra-modern K-pop of today. And if that's the case, then Well, mission accomplished, Miss Chang. The movie definitely takes a few swipes at the flashy, superficial, overproduced excesses of K-pop music, the manufactured stars and rivalries, the rabid fan bases, and the insane workloads, but for the most part, it all feels pretty good-natured and fun. I've talked a lot on this channel about the problems modern Hollywood seems to have with writing decent, well-rounded female characters who actually feel like human beings, either serving up boring, flawless, idealized fantasy figures who are never allowed to fail at anything, or brash, arrogant, abrasive girl bosses who bulldoze their way through everything and everyone around them. But K-pop Demon Hunters does something almost unheard of in modern entertainment. It gives us a trio of female characters who are actually likable.
Surely you can't be serious.
I am serious. And don't call me Shirley.
I know, I was just as surprised as you, but ignore the hyper-stylized visuals and you'll see that the Huntrix girls are a quirky, funny, and charmingly goofy group of friends, each with their own hang-ups and insecurities that gradually get exposed and tested in the course of the movie. Obviously,
You did enjoy Atlas Starfury. Think about this. Starfury says Interstellar sucks, but he liked Atlas with Halo. That's so unfair. That's so unfair. I'm just kidding. No. We're not gonna tune him up over Interstellar. I'm just fucking around.
Rumi's the centerpiece of the group and the movie, but the other two play well off each other, and I love how the animators give them crazy anime-style facial expressions when they're super excited about something. On that subject, I should probably give a nod to the visuals here that lie somewhere between Arcane and Blue Eye Samurai in terms of style, fluidity, and detail. It's not the most technically impressive animated movie you'll ever see, but it's definitely got a style and character all of its own, and some of the musical numbers especially are fucking packed with energy and creativity. Beyond the superficial stuff though, I think there's some neat themes in this movie about the importance of personal acceptance, understanding differences, and overcoming prejudice. Rumi's struggle against her demon heritage is a pretty obvious stand-in for anything from racial or sexual identity to social isolation or even body image. Whatever you care to project onto it, the film's message about coming to terms with our flaws and differences and accepting them as part of ourselves instead of trying to suppress or erase them is a pretty universal idea that works well enough in this context and generally doesn't come across as preachy or overbearing. Likewise, Jinu's an interesting antagonist with more depth to his character than you might expect, and a few revelations about his backstory that reframe him in different contexts throughout the story. In other words, he's not 100% evil, but you can definitely understand why he is who he is, and to some extent how demons come to exist in Korean folklore. They're less the evil monsters that we imagine over here in the West, and more like flawed spirits haunted by guilt and shame. It's one of those weird little things that's hard to define objectively, but I think sometimes you can just feel when a movie was made with good intentions, instead of the writer projecting all of their personal hang-ups and petty grudges onto the...
We have a third K-pop Demon Hunter. No, wait, a fourth, actually. I think we have 4 K-pop Demon Hunter fans now, because Skunk's Workshop has just arrived in the chat and says, hell yeah. Skunks, welcome aboard, Skunksy.
The screenplay, and K-pop Demon Hunters is definitely in the former category. If I had to single out any flaws in this movie, I'd say that some characters and narrative elements aren't all that well fleshed out. Like Celine, the girl's trainer and a former hunter herself, who doesn't get much in the way of backstory or explanation. She's just kind of there, dropped into the narrative whenever it's convenient and then forgotten when it's not. Likewise, Rumi losing her voice and grappling with the demonic influence taking over her is a pretty major plot point for most of the movie, but I'm not sure I completely understand how it gets resolved. It just kind of goes away because the plot needs things to get moving along. I guess it's kind of implied that her relationship with Jinu helps her come to terms with who she is and make peace with it rather than struggling against it. But again, I'm not sure what that means for her character going forwards. Is she just like a good demon now who never has to worry about falling to the dark side again, or what? Nah, whatever. You're probably looking at the wrong guy to be understanding the finer points of Korean mysticism. All this is kind of just nitpicking though, and it shouldn't detract from what is for the most part a pretty enjoyable movie. I can't quite believe I'm saying this, but I had a lot of fun with K-pop Demon Hunters. It's definitely not my usual genre, and I'm guessing a lot of people watching this video either won't care or might be actively repelled by the visuals and the hyper-energetic pop music. But all I'll say to that is that if you can look past the superficials, well, there's actually a decent little story to be enjoyed here. And if you're able to go into it with an open mind, well, you might find a bit more here than you expected. Anyway, that's all I've got for today. Go away now.
Well, there you have it. Oops, no, stop.
Hey gang, it's me, Dr. Steve, your back porch professor. I hope you're all having an absolutely wonderful weekend. But as always, I can assure you who is not.
Is
that, of
absolutely
course,
killing me
is
here.
the disintegration.
Would you guys like to react to a Dr. Steve Turley? It's the controls always jump with a little lag, so I hit pause, but it's already jumped out of the way. So, anyway, Mr. Producer, yes, thank you. I appreciate that. I love how K-pop Demon Hunters is bringing us all together. We sailors and Star Nuts, because we've got Star Fury, who loves Atlas, and then you've got Skunks, and you've got Redoubt Productions, and A Humble Collector, and everyone else in the chat who loves K-pop Demon Hunters, and then you've got me, who liked Wicked, and is actually, I swear to God, excited for Wicked for good. So I guess what we're saying is it takes all different kinds. It takes all different kinds. And, of course, we all mostly agree Interstellar is fantastic. Now, it's time to move on in the stack of stuff because we may have to double dip on Critical Drinker because he also has a report. He's got the Emma Watson story. So let's just double dip on it. Skunk says his son liked K-pop. I like the K-pop music. The first musical number I was not wild about, though. So we'll see in the Star Fury. It's like, no. Don't make me play the Interstellar piano performance in public again. My feed is filled up with this. It is filled up with people playing Where We're Going, the theme in Interstellar, playing it for like public audiences, and my feed is just filled with it, and I click on every single one of them. It's worse than cat videos. It's really bad. Okay, so we're done. I rarely do this, but we need the report on JK Rowling's epic beatdown of Emma Watson. So let me pull up this clip here. Do we have sound, Mr. Producer? So if you don't know, it was very popular a couple of years ago for the left-wing wackos to pile on to J.K. Rowling for being a TERF and a transphobe and all that nonsense and try to cancel her and send her death threats and all matter of nonsense. Well, it's not as popular these days. And so Emma Watson is sort of trying to quietly pretend that she never said any of those hurtful things, and she'd love to have a conversation with J.K. Rowling, and J.K. Rowling is having none of it. It's glorious. Okay, sound, roll tape.
Oh dear, it's not a very good time to be Emma Watson, is it? From child actor to indie darling to big budget star, and finally to whiny, controversial and divisive activist, increasingly disconnected from reality and now publicly ridiculed by one of the biggest names in modern culture in what may go down as the most savage dressing down in history. Ever since she exploded onto the big screen with the Harry Potter...
only a proper British woman could do. That's like really, it is a classic. Dude, the British are, or at least they used to be. I mean, I don't know if there is such a thing as British culture these days, but there used to be, and it was basically the gold standard for giving someone a dressing down.
Potter franchise, her acting has carried her to the very cusp of A-level stardom before it all came to a shuddering halt in one of the most baffling acts of career self-sabotage outside of Rachel Zegler.
It's Hollywood, baby.
A woman who pinned her reputation,
You know, I hate to say this, I can't believe I'm saying this, I miss Rachel Zegler in the news. That was so much fun. She was like the dark side Phil of Hollywood narcissistic actors. Do you realize this? Rachel Zegler was basically dark side Phil as an actress. If I have to stand here in this dress, I deserve to be paid. I miss that chick. I really miss her. I gotta tell you, she was a lot of fun.
public image and her entire worldview on whatever happened to be most popular at the time, never considering that the cultural winds might change and what's popular today might not be popular tomorrow. So saddle up, dear viewer, grab your wizarding wands and whatever other stupid shit they use in Harry Potter, and let us examine the crash and burn of Emma Watson. Emma Charlotte Duer Watson was born in Paris, France in 1990 to a pair of wealthy lawyers. So not
okay.
Was born in
this haircut. What is that haircut? What is that? She looks like she needs to be in an Alien movie with that haircut. She needs to be in a new Alien movie. Or she needs to be the model for a Star Wars female girl boss character in like a Star Wars video game. That is like 100% that haircut. Am I wrong about this? I don't think so. I don't think so at all. Crowbar saying, I feel sorry for Rachel. She probably spends her days crying in a corner. Yeah, you know, I've come to, I do have a certain level of sympathy because, you know, pride truly does goeth before the fall. And there is nothing worse. Nothing will absolutely wreck you worse than egoic hubris. Like nothing in the world. You are truly, no enemy can do more damage to you than your own ego if it's totally unchecked. And that's what Rachel Zegler found out. But the amazing thing about a person like Rachel Zegler is she, based on everything I've heard her say, she doesn't even realize that it was her own doing. She doesn't even realize that. And so one of the things that has occurred to me in recent weeks is that there's a lot of people in the world who are hateful and nasty and miserable because they believe a lot of things that aren't true. As the great President Ronaldus Magnus once said, the problem with our liberal friends is that they know so much that isn't so. And that's really the problem with an actress like Rachel Zegler. She just knows so much that isn't so. Now, the human part of me feels a natural sympathy. I wish I could get through to her. I wish someone could get through to her. I wish someone could help her understand and disabuse her of the fallacies which have led to her current ill fate. That was before. Recently, I've come to the conclusion that I am simply not responsible for someone else's delusions. Nobody is responsible for the lies or delusions someone else believes. I mean, essentially, JK Rowling gets regular death threats because of lies. JK Rowling is accused of wanting trans people to be attacked, to be harmed in some way, which is a lie. That's a lie. But these wackos believe it. They believe the lie that J.K. Rowling hates trans people and, wants bad things to happen to them. Okay? Total lie. She's never said anything that reflects that. And she's even said that she supports the rights of trans people to live their lives as they see fit. They just can't be swinging their dong around in a girl's locker room. That's where she draws the line. That's a very... So what I'm trying to say is the hate and the death threats and the and much worse threats that she gets all the time on her family as well are because of the lies that people like Emma Watson believe. And I am sort of done feeling sympathy. And I'm also done feeling like I have some kind of obligation to try and get through to them or explain to them, like in a debating sense. Like we have to debate these people and convince them that the lies the media has told them aren't true. No, we don't. No, we don't. I am not... If you believe a lie because you are incapable of using critical thought to determine a more accurate picture of the truth, if you make that mistake, that's on you. That's your responsibility, not mine. So we're not responsible for the lies and delusions of people like Rachel Zegler, Emma Watson. We are simply responsible for making sure that they don't get their way in society. Because if they do, they're going to drive our entire civilization into the ditch. So that's just the calculation for me at this point. It's like, well, it's not important whether, they believe a bunch of lies. Well, that's because either they're incapable of critical thought or they're really stupid people. Either way, I'm not responsible for that. That's not my fault.
In Paris, France in 1990 to a pair of wealthy lawyers. So naturally she grew up with all the benefits of having wealthy parents, private schooling, tuition, multiple homes and access to any clubs and interests she wanted to pursue. One of which turned out to be acting. Fuck me, she basically is Hermione Granger. Anyway, by 1999 a series of books about a boy wizard were turning out to be pretty popular and work soon began on adapting them into a movie franchise. For this they needed a bunch of child actors to play the three leads, including Hermione. Their searching soon led them to the Oxford Acting School where Watson was studying, and after no fewer than 8 auditions, she was finally cast in the role. And well, all I can say about her early performances is, you can tell that she was a theatre kid, that's for fucking sure.
I'm Hermione Granger. And you are?
Piss taken aside though, for a 10-year-old that had never acted in a movie before, I guess she was fine. Daniel Radcliffe was way better though. Anyway, you don't need me to tell you that the Harry Potter movies would go on to become a global phenomenon over the next several years, keeping Watson and her co-stars so busy that she literally didn't act in anything else until 2007, when she appeared in the TV movie Ballet Shoes, a film that landed mixed reviews and didn't do a whole lot for her career. In public, the Harry Potter series was going from strength to strength, but behind the scenes, the cracks were starting to show. Watson and the others were burned out by the constant demands of filming and promotional tours, and when it came time to renegotiate her contract after the Goblet of Fire, she seriously considered leaving the franchise altogether. Still, she was eventually convinced to sign on again. It's amazing what a multi-million-dollar paycheck can do for a girl, isn't it? And by 2011, the series came to a close with Deathly Hallows Part 2. For the first time in more than a decade.
God, that last movie, I never finished it. I got all the way to Deathly Hallows Part 2, and I did not even finish it. Because it was so slow and dreary. I am just not a Harry Potter guy. I am never going to be a Harry Potter guy. I know there's a lot of people that are massive Harry Potter fans. I just cannot get into this world. It never speaks to me. It just never does. I can't even I don't even see what people see in it. I really don't. I don't like K-pop Demon Hunters. Okay, I see what you see in it. I don't have that with Harry Potter. These professors at this school of Hogwarts are the most negligent, criminally irresponsible psychopaths I have ever seen. They are so bad. They literally are practically feeding children into the jaws of monsters with absolutely no responsibility whatsoever. And it's only so that they can feed them into a meat grinder as child soldiers to fight Voldemort. It's like these people should be in prison. They're terrible human beings. And then they have these sick Hunger Games that the Goblet of Fire. It's the Hunger Games. They feed these children into a Hunger Games slaughter. It's evil. And I'm like, I don't understand why people love this. I just don't get it. I don't get it. And people are like, are you a Hufflepuff or are you a Ravenclaw? I'm like, what? This school needs to be closed by a federal investigation.
Decade, Watson was on her own. She'd basically grown up with Harry Potter. She'd never had a normal childhood or lived a normal life, and she likely never would. Keep that one in mind because it'll be important later. The question now was how to escape the...
You are very right about that, Crowbar. There's two kinds of people, Harry Potter fans and Lord of the Rings fans. It's like, I'm a fantasy fan. Yeah? What kind of fantasy fan are you? That's exactly what that is.
Long shadow of Hermione Granger and forge a career of her own. Her first few outings were mostly low-budget indie movies, everything from biopics like My Week with Marilyn to romantic dramas like The Perks of Being a Wallflower, and even heist movies like Bling Ring. None of them...
By the way, I have very often made this exact case to people who are Harry Potter fans that I know. Like, I've had this conversation many times with Harry Potter fans. I never, ever hear an even respectable defense of what I'm talking about. I never hear a good defense of this, ever. They didn't know that the kids were running around the school and unlocking demons. It's like, well, exactly my point. They're the headmaster of the school. They're supposed to be responsible for this. Like, who holds Dumbledore accountable for almost having half of his first class get eaten while they were supposed to be in bed? Like, what? I never get a good defense of this.
More big hits, but they did at least prove that she could be more than a mildly annoying bookworm with crappy hair. 2014 saw her move into big budget filmmaking with Darren Aronofsky's Noah, followed up by low budget thrillers Colonia and Regression. No matter the budget or the quality of the movie, one thing that stayed consistent were the positive reviews for Watson's acting. Now in her mid-20s and arguably at the peak of her career, she was developing a reputation as an eclectic and confident performer, willing to take on challenging roles and play against type, equally at home on the big or the small screen. An actor who wasn't just chasing fame and money, but taking on projects with actual artistic merit. Well done, Emma. Her star was rising. She was rapidly becoming the new it girl of Hollywood. Young, talented, intelligent, and sophisticated, she could navigate interviews like a pro. She was a natural in front of the camera, and she held all the correct opinions on important political topics. When the Me Too movement kicked off, Emma was all over it like a fly on shit, making speeches about feminism, establishing activism groups, and even getting appointed to the UN as their goodwill ambassador for women. Because truly, no one understands the plight of women in repressive third world regimes better than a multi-millionaire, privately educated theatre kid Hollywood actress that's never held a normal job in her entire life.
Really?
But more on that later. Pretty soon, Watson wasn't content just to make speeches in front of rooms full of elderly politicians who probably wished they were literally anywhere else. She was bringing her activism directly into the movies she starred in. The live-action Beauty and the Beast was rewritten at her request to make Belle into an inventor and engineer because...
girls get it done.
Her political worldview could best be described as, I support current thing, also known as the Mark Ruffalo technique. Gay! No matter the issue, no matter the complexity or the nuance, you could pretty much guarantee that Emma Watson would be right there in the thick of it, pushing whatever the progressive consensus happened to be at the time. She was less of a person with her own opinions and ideas, and more like a series of safe, politically correct talking points wrapped up in a flesh suit, all delivered with the kind of sneering, upper-class British disdain that can only truly come from playing life on easy mode from the day she was born. But just like an overloaded cauldron filled with wrong ingredients, problems were a brewing, dear viewer. Remember the lady who wrote all those wizarding books? Well, it turns out she'd become quite rich and famous over the years, and as a big raging progressive feminist herself, she and Emma were marching in lockstep on almost every issue. All except one. It turns out that the wizarding lady had a few issues with the T part of LGBT and began voicing her concerns with increasing volume. And the reaction from the other side was, well, how can I put this? Now Emma was in a bit of a tricky spot because she'd made it her mission in life.
That meme is unbelievable. Dude, that meme is so incredible because it's real. Like, that's real. That's collecting all the insanity and putting it in one place.
To support current thing, but now the wizarding lady who she owed her entire career and stardom to was openly attacking one of the most sacred parts of current thing. What to do? Should she stand firm beside her friend of 20 years and back her up? Should she maintain a dignified silence and refuse to get drawn into a fight that wasn't hers? Or should she turn her back on the wizarding lady, hang her out to dry and make increasingly passive-aggressive attacks against her? I think you can guess which one she chose. And the thing is, that all worked great when Emma seemed to be on the side of current thing and the wizarding lady definitely wasn't. The problem with current thing though is that eventually it tends to change, and by 2025 the cultural winds had shifted dramatically. Public opinion on the issue was changing, and suddenly the wizarding lady wasn't seen as the evil witch who had to be defeated anymore. Now people were beginning to actually listen and even openly support her, and it began to occur to Emma that she might have backed the wrong horse on this one.
You know, I was gonna say there is so much love in the chat, but now I'm beginning to think there's too much love in the chat. Stop.
Fuck. So what to do? Stand her ground and maintain her position even if it wasn't so popular anymore? Or do a complete about face and pretend like she'd never disagreed with the Wizarding Lady in the first place? Well, the answer came on September the 24th on Jay Shetty's On Purpose podcast, where Emma claimed that she loved the Wizarding Lady and supported her and would always be open to talking with her. Bullshit! Oh, really? That's interesting coming from someone who spent half a decade publicly shitting on her. Now, if you were feeling forgiving, you could probably write this whole thing off as a slightly cowardly but very pragmatic decision by someone who senses the political sands moving beneath her and doesn't want to get pulled down by them. And that might have been all she wrote, except this particular interview came to the attention of the Wizarding Lady, who until now had stayed pretty quiet on the topic of young Emma. Not anymore, as it turned out, when she decided to deliver the mother of all dressing downs a couple of days later in a very lengthy Twitter post calling out Watson as a spineless grifter, a shameless opportunist, a fair weather friend, and a spoiled privileged brat that had never worked a day in her life. And
No, that's insufficient. I must have the actual full JK Rowling post. Hang on a second. Let me find it. JK Rowling, Emma Watson response. Yes. Excellent. Excellent. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, so the short of the long is, if you don't know, Emma Watson basically said, I like JK Rowling and I'd love to work with her again someday, and just gaslighting. This is what they do. This is what cowardly wackos do. Hollywood weirdos. They simply pretend that they never said any of the bad things. And J.K. Rowling is like, well, I'm not having it. It's a classic mean girl tactic. It's not going to work. So this is what J.K. Rowling wrote. I'm seeing quite a bit of comment about this, so I want to make a couple of points. I'm not owed eternal agreement from any actor who once played a character I created. The idea is as ludicrous as me checking with the boss I had when I was 21 for what opinions I should hold these days. And that's spot on. Excellently said. Emma Watson and her co-stars have every right to embrace gender identity ideology. Such beliefs are legally protected, and I wouldn't want to see any of them threatened with loss of work, or violence, or death because of them. However, Emma and Dan, in particular referring to Daniel Radcliffe, have both made it clear over the last few years that they think our former professional association gives them a particular right, nay, obligation, to critique me and my views in public. Years after they finished acting in Potter, they continue to assume the role of de facto spokespeople for the world I created. And a close quote for a second. Like, this is one of the most incredible things to me. It's like, no, you do not have to publicly suck up to J.K. Rowling just because you played a character she created, which is what she's saying. You can say, it would be perfectly reasonable to say, like, yes, I'm very grateful for the role I had in Harry Potter, and I'm very grateful to J.K. Rowling for creating this world and all the great work she's done. I do really disagree with her on these points that she's made. I think she's wrong about this, but she's entitled to her. There's a professional, reasonable way to state that you disagree, and also not to bite the hand that feeds you. But the supreme, truly unbelievable arrogance of Emma Watson and Daniel Radcliffe, who owe everything they have to J.K. Rowling. They owe absolutely everything to her. They wouldn't be where they are professionally if it weren't for Harry Potter. Those are the roles that made them superstars. And to be vicious and cruel towards J.K. Rowling, that's insane. That is absolutely insane. But then even worse, to act like it never happened. Open quote. When you've known people since they were 10 years old, it's hard to shake a certain protectiveness. Until quite recently, I hadn't managed to throw off the memory of children who needed to be gently coaxed through their dialogue in a big, scary film studio. For the past few years, I've repeatedly declined invitations from journalists to comment on Emma specifically, most notably on the witch trials of J.K. Rowling. Ironically, I told the producers that I didn't want her to be hounded as the result of anything I said. See the difference, Emma Watson? Do you see the difference? Resume quote, the television presenter in the attached clip highlights Emma's all witches speech, and in truth, that was a turning point for me, but it had a postscript that hurt far more than the speech itself. Emma asked someone to pass on a handwritten note from her to me, which contained the single sentence, quote, I'm so sorry for what you're going through, close quote. She has my phone number. This was back when the death, rape, and torture threats against me were at their peak, at a time when my personal security measures had to be tightened considerably, and I was constantly worried for my family's safety. Emma had just publicly poured more petrol. I love that word. She means gasoline. She means gas. Emma had just publicly poured more petrol on the flames, yet thought a one-line expression of concern from her would reassure me of her fundamental sympathy and kindness. Her sympathy and her kindness. That's right. The violent left is always so empathetic and kind, aren't they? Resume quote, like other people who've never experienced adult life uncushioned by wealth and fame, Emma has so little experience of real life she's ignorant of how ignorant she is. She'll never need a homeless shelter. She's never going to be placed on a mixed-sex public hospital ward. I'd be astounded if she's been in a high street changing room since childhood. Her public bathroom is single occupancy and comes with a security man standing guard outside the door. Has she had to strip off in a newly mixed-sex changing room at a council-run swimming pool? Is she ever likely to need a state-run rape crisis center that refuses to guarantee an all-female service? To find herself sharing a prison cell with a male rapist who's identified into the women's prison? I wasn't a multimillionaire at 14. I lived in poverty while writing the book that made Emma famous. I therefore understand from my own life experience what the trashing of women's rights in which Emma has so enthusiastically participated means to women and girls without her privileges. And, close quote for a second, doesn't the left love their privilege? They love to prattle on and caterwaul about privilege until they don't. Open quote. The greatest irony here is that had Emma not decided in her most recent interview to declare that she loves and treasures me, a change of tack I suspect she's adopted because she's noticed a full-throated condemnation of me is no longer quite as fashionable as it was, I might never have been this honest. Adults can't expect to cozy up to an activist movement that regularly calls for a friend's assassination and then assert their right to the former friend's love, as though the friend was in fact their mother. Emma is rightly free to disagree with me and indeed to discuss her feelings about me in public, but I have the same right, and I've finally decided to exercise it. Close quote. Holy smokes, I have to report a murder. That I've read it before, and I'm still blown away. That's such a freaking amazing response. Absolutely brilliant. Yes, I thought it was incumbent upon me to read the entire post because that truly was, I mean, you know, she is an author. That was truly a brilliant, that's an essay, really, an open letter, and it was excellent. Why is there a reference to, I don't even want to say it. There's a reference in the chat that does not make sense to me. Did I miss anything? Okay, cool. Roll tape.
I was only trying to cozy up to her again because it was politically safe now.
Oh.
Damn, bro, I've seen Mortal Kombat fatalities that were more forgiving than this. I've seen many a debate, many a scathing put down and brutal rebuttal in my time, but never in all of my days have I witnessed a person publicly dismantled with such brutal finesse. It wasn't just a takedown, it was a full-scale verbal evisceration, and proof that if there's one group of people you really don't want to piss off in the online space, it's fucking writers. Especially billionaire writers with hundreds of millions.
Yes! I am fired up. I need to step up my game. I am not articulating my arguments as well as I could because I'm having fun and I'm talking a little shit. It's called trolling. It's called we do a little trolling. But the reality, as fun as it is to say that Leslie Headland is a very stupid and incompetent writer and a very unfortunate looking woman, as fun as that is, I need to step up my game. I could do better. That is a literary takedown. Holy smokes. JK Rowling just raised the bar. She absolutely raised the bar with that. She absolutely smoked Emma. And she didn't say like one foul word. She didn't have anything lowbrow, no ad hominem attacks. It was pure it was pure argumentation and diction. It was pure British dress down, stiff upper lip. You have disappointed me, madam. This is why I want British culture to be preserved. English, Welsh, Scottish, to have those cultures preserved. This is why it's important, because that's their tradition of like speech and literature. This is why you can't import infinity illegals into a society and completely destroy its native culture. You can't. This is what's happening to Korea. It's happening to Japan. It's happening to France. It's happening to the UK. It's got to stop. It has absolutely got to stop. And, you know, the irony of it is JK Rowling is one of the people that supports this crap. So on one hand, you know, anyway, roll tape.
Of fans behind them who built their entire careers out of basically nothing. With that one post, Emma Watson's public persona was transformed from a slightly preachy but relatively respected activist to the living personification of everything that people find so repellent about Hollywood actors. The smug, patronizing...
She's still not quite as repellent as Rachel Zegler.
I know better than you attitude, the echo chamber mentality that comes from a life of privilege and luxury, the mindlessly predictable conformity masquerading as sophisticated intellectualism, and worst of all, the willingness to abandon any position the moment it becomes unpopular. She wasn't just opinionated and insufferable, she was a coward. And for someone who built their entire brand on fearlessly speaking truth to power, well, that was the most damaging revelation of all. So what's next for Emma Watson? Can she possibly claw her way back from this? Well, her movie career basically ended 5 years ago when she pulled the plug on acting to focus on activism, so I don't really know if there's any momentum left behind her, even if she wanted to make a comeback. She's 35 now, which isn't exactly old, but it ain't exactly young either, and it's definitely not a good age to try to build your career back up after wasting your prime years in the wilderness. She's not likely to make much progress as an activist either now that her cover's been blown and she's willing to soften her position on the whole tea issue. Because if there's one thing that particular group of activists won't accept, it's betrayal. So it kind of feels like she's fucked either way. Emma Watson really is proof that if you stand for nothing, well, you'll fall for anything. Anyway, that's all I've got for today. Go away now.
Hat tip, critical drinker, another excellent analysis, and an extra hat tip for the double dip there. I appreciate your indulgence, Mr. Critical. Okay, there is still more. in the stack of stuff. We ain't through yet, chat. We got more to do. And in particular, we need to talk about the Demon Slayer situation. The Demon Slayer situation is quite fascinating. It is humiliating other films in the international box office. So we're going to talk about that, and we have more in the stack of stuff. Don't go away. The captain needs a short break, and I will return forthwith. Yes, that's right. The Captain's Cast resumes. Just admit it. You are addicted. Or at least, that's what old Rush Limbaugh used to say. America's Anchorman. He would say, I was born to host, and you were born to listen. I don't know if I would go that far. But we need to talk about the Demon Slayer situation. And before that, though, I am a masochist when it comes to video games. I hate Fallout 76. I hate it. Because I love Fallout 4, and I love Fallout 3, and I mostly liked Fallout New Vegas. And I've played a hell of a lot of Fallout 4, but unfortunately, I have played Fallout 4 to the point where I've done everything. There's nothing left to do. I'm done with it. There's nothing more to do. I've played all the stories. I've played every version. I've done every faction. I have nothing left for Fallout 4. So I'm like, I need new Fallout. And so I re-downloaded Fallout 76. And this will be my 5th time trying to get into this game. I download it, I get bored of it, and I delete it. The thing takes like 100 gigabytes. It's like, what is it with games now? You download a game, it's 100 gigabytes. You have to have a freaking giant hard drive just to store the thing. And they give you like 117 capacity on the whatever. That's not important. So I'm playing it again, and here's my question to you, my dear sailors and starnets. Do you want to play Fallout 76 with me? I can't promise I have a lot of time to play it, but I figure if I'm going to be playing it, it is an MMO. Maybe, if you guys want to play, let me know in the Discord, and I can create a little Discord channel, and maybe we can coordinate and play a little Fallout 76 together, tear it up in Appalachia, get into some trouble. You know what I'm saying? I'm kind of just doing the main quest right now because I just want to, like, get used to it. Starfury says it's almost 2 a.m. and even I'm getting tired, so good night, chaps. Well, good night, Starfury. It was good to see you. Starfury's off to bed. I'm always so... I'm amazed you spend as much time late at night on this channel as you do, Starfury. It's an honor. I appreciate I appreciate everyone that's here. Fu Man says, I'd play 76, I guess. Any cooperative would be fun. Michael says Fallout 76 isn't that bad. Maybe not. To be fair, I'm probably just being a bit of a hater. I just it's just not Fallout 4, okay? Captain dropped a dude. I did not. I did not. Hey, I did not. You don't know that I did that. Jeez. Maybe I had to, like, accept an Amazon delivery. Did you consider that, Michael Archangel? Jeez. Well, anyway, give it some thought. Okay, let's jump into our next topic. So here's what's happening. Superman, James Gunn's Superman by James Gunn was supposed to have made by now at least 1.5 billion billions. And Fantastic Four First Steps, which was to save the Marvel Cinematic Universe, should by now have made at least 1.7 billion billions. But unfortunately, they've fallen short. But what has made internationally more money than either of those two films is an anime film called Demon Hunters. Now, to be fair, the truth is not quite that simple, but we're going to get into that. So we'll share a screen here. Yes, I did like base building in Fallout 4. What of it? It was story driven. That's why I can't believe this. Michael Archangel is roasting me for liking base building in Fallout 4. Does everyone hate base building? It's optional. You don't have to do it. If you don't do the Minuteman arc, you don't even have to do it. Crappy movie, but love seeing my town Cleveland in that movie. In which one? Superman? Okay, I did not like base building at first because I was a perfectionist about it. That's kind of a revelation, actually. I'll have to earmark that to think about later. I was sort of a perfectionist about it, and I was like, well, I want to build like this kind of, amazing town and city and everything. I was treating it like Sim City or something. But then I played the game on survival mode, and I realized that the secret to enjoying base building is when you have to have a base. Like, you will die if you don't have a home base, because, like, you've got infections and you've got gear you've got to store. You've got literally a single bloat fly can kill you in the beginning of survival. It's so bad. It's maddening even. And so what I would do is I would like build essentially a forward operating base, and I didn't care about making it pretty. I didn't care about customizing anything. It was like, okay, I need my water. I need something to produce food, and I need a bed to sleep in, and that's it. And I need something to repair my gear, and that was all I would do. And I would just burp, 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 and I would just fabricate quickly a home base that took care of all my survival needs. And the amazing thing that happened was I actually started developing every single settlement in the Commonwealth, and like quickly too. I could throw up a base in like 10 minutes. I just went burp, 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 and I'd have all my people there, and I'd transfer a bunch of people from another one. And the beauty of that was they would store up purified water for me, which you have got to have in survival. And then they would store up junk for me because they'd be all farming junk. And then they'd be farming money. And I was like, so I realized that the key to Fallout 4 is real estate, baby. Real estate. I was a real estate tycoon. And I was a gentle and magnanimous baron. I would visit my subjects and my peasants and check in on their progress regularly. And I would assure them that they need not worry about their son or daughter or elderly mother who was nabbed by a raider. I would find them and return them in safety. Nor should they trouble themselves about the mutants that have been assaulting the base while I'm away. I will don my power armor, as is my nightly duty, and dispatch the brigands. And, of course, their taxes are a reasonable and fair recompense for my services and lordly protections. And I am a very just and fair ruler of my settlements. I take care of all of my people's needs because they are really like my children, you see, and I press them to my bosom. Yes, I take care of my commonwealth. Now, I need you to share a screen, Lieutenant Producer. There we go. Is Demon Slayer really beating the Superman box office? Not really. That's the headline from Cosmic Book News. Now, Cosmic Book News is not like a shill media site, but clearly somebody was triggered over this. Somebody was very triggered over this. Quote, everybody loves to kick a man when he's down. So with James Gunn's Superman doing mediocre at the box office and Peacemaker tanking in the ratings, actually pull up that article, Mr. Producer. Some fans have been quick to celebrate that the Demon Slayer anime movie is outperforming Superman. Well, you see, that's something that we have a word for that. We have a word for what we call that. If I can find it. It's called, we do a little bit of grave dancing.
What are you laughing at?
That's right. It's called a little bit of grave dancing. And so with James Gunn's Superman doing mediocre at the box office and Peacemaker tanking in the ratings, some fans have been quick to celebrate that the Demon Slayer anime is outperforming Superman by James Gunn. Well, quoth the article, that's not exactly the case. While Demon Slayer may pass Superman at the global box office this weekend, the domestic numbers tell a different story. Demon Slayer is at 120.5 million domestic total, whereas Superman is at 354 million domestic total. That's a nearly 3-to-1 difference in favor of James Gunn's film. Look at the openings. Demon Slayer opened to 70 million debut. Superman with 125 million debut. Even on daily numbers, Superman holds strong, and there is no contest. On day 20, Demon Slayer is at 704 million, and Superman is at, 704,000. Superman is at 2.9 million. Clearly, Demon Slayer is already petering out in U.S. theaters and won't come close to Superman. International box office, the real contrast. Here's where Demon Slayer gains ground. As it's known that Gunn's flick underperformed internationally, Superman did 261 international, whereas Demon Slayer almost $500 million. On paper, that's a blowout. But the details matter. Japan alone accounts for 234 million of Demon Slayer's haul. South Korea adds another 38. That's nearly 300 million from just 2 countries, and everyone knows Korea and Japan don't count. I'm just kidding. I added that part. Remove that, and Superman actually comes out ahead internationally. The bottom line, yes, Demon Slayer is a big hit overseas, especially in its home region, which makes sense, but in the markets that matter most for a U.S. studio release, Superman is currently the clear winner. The narrative, actually, the narrative that Demon Slayer is beating Superman doesn't hold up when you look at the numbers closely. Well, I don't know. What I'm seeing is one film did 100 billion more globally than the other. That's what I'm saying, or something in that ballpark. Now onto this Peacemaker thing that caught my eye. Michael Archangel says, how about looking at the comic scene where Z Japanese manga blows everything the U.S. has to offer unless it's Batman or Spider-Man? See, now that's a great point. See, Cosmic Book News here is splitting hairs about, actually, it's only South Korea and Japan that are making Demon Slayer beat Superman. Okay, well, so then why did the U.S. numbers not beat? So this is what he's saying. He's saying you have to compare a U.S. film to its U.S. numbers to a Japanese film and its Japanese and also Korean numbers. And it's like, okay, so then let's compare those two. How come the U.S. numbers for Superman weren't enough to put it over the top on Demon Slayer? They should have been. So if you ask me, this is still proving the point that Demon Slayer overall has beaten both Fantastic Four First Steps and Superman, which both we all know their goal with those movies was to make them Billy killers, and they failed. An anime film that is itself... Now, consider this for a second, chat. What's the defense that the Shills always have for Star Wars or Marvel films, let's say, that don't perform well? They'll often say things like, if you didn't watch all of the series, you might not have gone to see this movie. But in Demon Slayer, you have a film which requires you to have seen the entire anime series, or it'll spoil the ending, or the beginning of the ending in any case. And yet it still globally did better. Food for thought. Also from Cosmic Book News, Peacemaker ratings tank, proving that James Gunn's Superman doesn't matter. Now that's more like it. That's more like it. By the way, I was never rooting against James Gunn's Superman. In fact, it was quite the contrary. I was rooting for that to be an excellent Superman film that would bring fandom back together and give us something happy and optimistic and American to celebrate together, non-partisanly. And what we got was a better than average superhero film and a fairly mediocre Superman film. And it's disappointing. And you know, it's exactly what you would expect if you watched the absolute fiasco that was James Gunn's social media campaign leading up to that. Quote, James Gunn said the reason Superman was released early on VOD was because he wanted it out before Peacemaker Season 2, which he described as a direct sequel to his Superman movie, but the numbers tell a different story. It was reported that Peacemaker Season 2 opened strong, with a 22% boost in viewership compared to Season 1. But despite that supposed bump, not a single episode has shown up on the Nielsen streaming charts. That's the real metric used across the industry, and its absence suggests that the show's ratings are weak. If Superman fans were actually tuning in, the series would be charting weekly. Instead, the silence is hard to ignore. What are the ratings? Peacemaker's ratings are actually so low, they don't make the charts. Nielsen released its streaming ratings for the week of September 1st through 7th. During that period, Peacemaker Season 2 had 3 episodes available, along with Season 1, since Nielsen counts all episodes of a series. At the bottom of the chart was Peacock's The Paper. What is that? I don't know either. with 342 million minutes viewed. That means Peacemaker came in below something called The Paper. Gee, that sounds as fun to watch as a film called The Hours. The logic behind the early Superman release was that fans would want to transition into Peacemaker Season 2. But if the show isn't even registering on Nielsen, it shows there's no real demand. Gunn's Superman may have made headlines in an okay box office, but it doesn't appear to be driving subscribers or viewership for DC content on streaming. Close quote. Is anything really? Does anything actually drive subscriptions on these streaming services? I'm seriously asking, because I honestly don't know. Kurtzman Trek can't be driving subscriptions on Paramount. Taylor Sheridan is carrying the Paramount network, let's face it. But they keep crapping out. They keep farting out more Kurtzman Trek. Open quote. The explanations that Superman was released early on VOD for Peacemaker Season 2 don't add up. A political platform? What Peacemaker does seem to be is a vehicle for Gunn's political commentary. The second season has leaned into divisive messaging, and instead of being a Superman sequel that carries the DCU, it feels like a personal project aimed at pushing Gunn's views. Oh, wow, how interesting. For fans expecting Peacemaker Season 2 to build momentum for the DCU, the weak ratings point to the opposite. Superman doesn't matter when the follow-up show can't keep an audience. Hat tip Matt McGloin at Cosmic Book News. A fair and transient analysis. Fu Man Blue says, well, Gunn does want to groom children, so it makes sense that he would lure them in with this kind of press. Says Fu Man, he says he told the kids that Peacemaker was basically the sequel to Superman. Of course, they're going to watch. That's why he had the gay orgy in the first episode. Wait a minute. There was a gay orgy in the first episode. Anyway, the point is, what a freak show the James Gunn DCU is. It's Creature Commandos, Peacemaker. It's just a bunch of oddball stuff. It's oddball stuff. And the one thing he had to nail, Superman, you basically watch 2 hours of Superman getting beat up. And the crazy thing is, I should have known. I should have known. Sweet summer child that I am. But the very first trailer of actually really the first, I think it was the first 3 trailers of Superman, maybe at least the first 2, started with Superman beaten up and bleeding in the snow. And I'm thinking, this is not off to a great start. But I was one of the few that said, well, let's give him a chance. I mean, essentially he's establishing that Superman is in trouble and is up against something, so at least that's kind of interesting. It suggests Superman's not invincible, which I kind of like, because I feel like that places some limits on his godlike powers. But what I certainly was not interested in was really a movie that makes Superman seem quite weak, quite frankly. Superman actually comes across as very beatable. Like taking down Superman no longer seems like this impossible goal anymore. It's like, well, it's pretty doable. Really, get a little DNA off and make a clone. It's pretty lickety split. You know what I'm saying? This is the weakest Superman has ever come across in a Superman film, which is kind of amazing. Kind of amazing. Peacemaker has a cock in his... Jeez! Not everyone maybe is against that. I don't know. Okay, let's pivot. Was I going to do this article, Mr. Producer? Yeah. I'm not going to do that article. I don't, it's about how like they they're once again, America's racist and white supremacist, and they do this whole episode in Peacemaker about it. I don't care anymore. I just don't care. The wackos are going to wacko. They just are. Okay, so there is this Oscar bait film, which I hate Oscar bait films, as I mentioned earlier in the stream. And this film, One Battle After Another with Leonardo DiCaprio, is classic. It's just absolute classic. This is a film nobody asked for, nobody wants. It's extremely obnoxious. Every single movie I went to see for like 2 straight months, this is the trailer I had to sit through every time. And it's because no one's going to see it, but it's going to win all the Oscars. And it's just that kind of movie. And so I didn't go watch it because I'm like, I can't take it. I don't want to see it. I don't care. I'm not interested. So instead, I thought we would take a look at Nerdrotic's review of the same. Now, I'm not saying that I won't potentially watch the film outside of a theater environment in order for the purposes of evaluating it for the top 5 worst list of films this year, which we do every Christmas season. We do my top 10, but it might be top 5 this year because it's been a thin year. But top 10 best and worst shows and movies. We do it every year. And this one is definitely going to probably be in the, definitely. I think it's probably going to be in the top 5 worst. Okay.
So I watched the 2.5-hour One Battle After Another Paul Thomas Anderson film. He's got quite the following. It's small, but it's passionate. The cinephiles love him. The corporate critics love him. And I like a lot of his movies. Not all of his movies. I think he's a little overrated on a good share of his work. But Boogie Nights is an all-time great movie. There Will Be Blood, Punch Drunk Love. I
didn't know that was one of his. There Will Be Blood is one of my favorite films.
Magnolia. Absolutely. I like parts of Magnolia, but I didn't like Magnolia. He's certainly a good director. You can't take that away from him. He's got his fans. Most of them are on Letterboxd. Again, call themselves cinephiles. I am not a cinephile. I'm not going to see every movie. That's Chris Gore's job. I'm not going to see every indie film with 2 lesbians sitting around a table talking about their feelings. I just don't care. I mostly hate dramas. If I need some good drama in my life, I'll just remember my life. I like to go to films to see things that can't be done in reality. That's why it's called Nerdrotic. That's why I like genre. I like superheroes. I like wizards. But I do like A Drug Deal Gone Bad. Those are some of my favorite movies. I definitely appreciate when they're really fucking good, like Boogie Nights. I've said this before, Boogie Nights, about the porn industry, but what Paul Thomas Anderson was able to capture in that film better than anybody I've ever seen in all the movies I've seen is the drug culture and the insanity of living in a drug house. You know, the Alfred Molina scenes when they're all tweaking in the house and they're like, will you be my mom? Like, that shit was spot on accurate. So well done. Opening shot of that scene is great. One Battle After Another, most of you have not seen it, is going to flop at the box office unless it has just the craziest legs you've seen in a long time. It got 21 to 22 million this weekend. Domestically, it was expected to get 25. It got 45 to 48 million. It was expected to get 50. And you would think, hey, that's great for a PTA film. And what I saw of it, I'm like, man, there's no way this budget could be over 50. It's 130 million minimum.
What?
Some places are saying
what? This movie at 100 and did he say 50 or 30? No, $130 million budget. Oh my God, Hollywood! They light money on fire. Literally. Hollywood has millions and millions of fans just begging them for a simple, like, Luke Skywalker, Mara Jade story that is based on the extended universe. Just buy the numbers, Mara Jade, Luke Skywalker, just give us that story. They are just begging them to bring Mel Gibson back and put him in a Mad Max film. We'll watch it. They're just begging for a Harry Potter series that is authentic to the books and accurately casts all of the characters. Just give us that and take our money. Give us a Superman that's just truth, justice, American way, classic, no frills, standard golden boy, Boy Scout Superman. Vanilla Superman. Just give us what we want. Give us a Batman TV series. A Batman TV series with Batman in it. They won't do it. They won't do it. They won't give us one thing that we want. Meanwhile, they stack up pallets of cash for this oddball, weird, boring movie that nobody asked for. Full of woke messaging long past its expiration date. Thank God my competition is so fucking stupid and lazy. Alex Hormozy, in one of his videos, who wrote $100 million offers, if you're an aspiring entrepreneur or entrepreneur, you've got to read it. I'm working on writing my book, Galaxy Born, which is my space opera universe. That is my main focus right now. It's also why there's not like videos being regularly posted on the channel, because that is my focus. And one of the things he said was, you know, if you're finding yourself procrastinating or struggling to get work done, I just want you to remember something. 95% of people are fat and lazy. In fact, most of the people that are being paid in their business, in the business you want to succeed in, the people that are already successful in that business, most of them are lazy. So just think about that the next time you're chafing at hard work. And I was like, that is brilliant. That is brilliant. I sit here on this channel criticizing these people, and I think to myself, my God, if I had a tenth, if I had just a tenth of their resources, the things I could do, which is BS logic. I'm calling myself out here. I'm saying that's BS logic. And that's exactly what Hormozy's point turned me on to. Is he's like, you're sitting here complaining you don't have these resources. Think about this. You have one resource that is at your fingertips right now, and that's work ethic. And these fuckers are lazy. They are fat, lazy, corporate slobs that light money on fire. What possible right do I have not to get to work? I don't know. I don't know. Fu Man Blue says, anyone in that biz is damaged as frack. Just ask Swords and Starships how fracked up trying to market yourself every minute of every day makes you. It's tough, man. I'm not so obviously, as one of my friends said to me long before I started this channel, he said, you're a talker, Garrett. And I was like, oh, that's very insightful and helpful. Thank you for the feedback. So obviously, I enjoy talking about things that interest me and so forth, so that comes fairly naturally to me. But I will say that, like, marketing myself as a brand, that's very difficult. That's a skill I'm working on developing. It's not my natural instinct to sing my own praises, but I have to say, it is growing on me. It's definitely growing on me. But you're right. It's a man. Success in art and in business, I'm coming to learn, is not a battle of intellect. It's a battle of will. It just is. So, in any case, but I appreciate your little notes, Fu Man Blue, about your thoughts on Blood and Oak, and I love that you're enjoying it. So, I can't wait till you get to the second book. I really can't wait. I can't wait to hear what you think about it. So, in any case, The work marches on. Mel Gibson with a mullet is always. I would agree with that, Michael Archangel. Okay, returning to the video.
170. Other places are 130 without marketing. It was supposedly had 70 million in marketing. I saw the trailer and heard the pronouns, but I definitely saw the revolution part of it. And I'm like, oh shit, this is going to be an Antifa movie. It's a Weather Underground Antifa movie, but you're like, okay, it's Paul Thomas Anderson. Maybe we can make some endearing characters. We can get caught up in the story and see the other side of things. Maybe
endearing You know what? There Will Be Blood is one of my favorite films, but there are no endearing characters in that film. That film is dark and miserable as hell. It is so. Well, his son is kind of an endearing character, but he's, that's about the only one.
Maybe they'll show it more sympathetically, which they certainly did, but not in a way where you would be sympathetic with them. They're very sympathetic with the Weather Underground and Antifa portion of it, but not very sympathetic in the fact that they want you to be drawn in if you're not of the Hollywood elitist ilk who thinks this is some kind of romantic glorified revolution. It was filmed in 2024. So Biden was still president. I think it's more of a callback to the times of the first Trump administration. And it showed a lot of the kids in cages that Barack Obama built. And it's like, I get it. It's an art film. Okay. It's a very pretentious art film.
Fu Man Blue. You're saying, I thought you might be getting tired of my thoughts about something you've long since moved on from. Absolutely not. I don't know. Is there such a thing as a writer who's not interested in what their readers think? I'm not that type. So no, anything you think about it, feel free to fire it off. I love it. Actually, it's been kind of nice because it's been a while since I've worked on Blood and Oak because I've been focused on Galaxy Born. So your thoughts about it sort of got me thinking about it again. And so I was kind of rereading passages of it because, believe it or not, it's, I can understand how George R. Martin has to rely on his own wiki of Game of Thrones to remember certain things in the Game of Thrones universe because, when it's been so many years, I forget details, so I'm like kind of reliving a little bit of it, and it's pretty great. The Chronicles of Declan are amazing and emotionally draining. Well, I appreciate that. Yeah, no, they are. They are meant to show kind of the horror of Barbary slavery. That's one thing I think, we get lectured a lot. We get lectured a lot about slavery in the Old South, and we never hear about the horrors of Barbary slavery that lasted in that same era for 300 years, which basically continue in different forms. But in any case, I hope you keep reading because, it's going somewhere. It's going somewhere. You think 3 Academy Awards, Michael Archangel, for this film? I don't know. I think it's going to get like 4.
So, you don't like it. You're not smart.
Oh God, that is such a Hollywood. Yeah. You're too stupid. You are hayseed Hicks, and you are not smart enough to understand how good this movie is. I totally just did the Price of Right thing to you, Michael Archangel. You entered your bid as 3 Academy Awards, and I just said, okay, your bid plus 1.
The thing is, when I go see a movie, I have to be engaged in the characters. Good guy, bad guy, whatever. There got to be characters that are engaging. Leo DiCaprio is a great actor. He is. He's pretty decent at picking his roles. He doesn't like to do anything really that linear, and I get it. Benicio del Toro, great actor. Best character in it, easily. Sean Penn is a coked out, woke Hollywood freak. He's a pretty decent actor. He's absurd in this. Absolutely absurd. So I give props to Leonardo DiCaprio, Benicio del Toro. Paul Thomas Anderson's directing, particularly with some car chase scenes, is pretty good. It's pretty fucking good. Pretty solid. The premise of the movie is, again, absurd. It has absurdist comedy in it, but I'll just lay it out. Leo DiCaprio's character and Sean Penn's character are both pining for a revolutionary woman who looks like Lawrence Taylor. Not hot. Like in the least bit.
In the words of Lieutenant Jim Dangle of the Reno Sheriff's Department, she's a very unfortunate looking woman. It's very unfortunate. You know what's this is such a Hollywood thing now. This is such a Hollywood thing now. It's like, you think Zendaya is hot, don't you? You think Rachel Zegler is hot, don't you? You think Bella Ramsey is hot and is going to be a dad, don't you? You think Pedro Pascal should be in everything, the way that cranberry is in every kind of juice in the juice aisle. Every kind of fruit has cranberry paired with it, and that's how Pedro Pascal should be.
At all. I mean, it's hard enough to buy that Leonardo DiCaprio's into a woman that's over 25. And listen, I don't know if he's dated black girls in the past. I don't keep track of his love life, and I don't care. But she was definitely too old for him. And what they do is they are freeing the immigrants from, you can't say ICE facilities, Border Patrol, ICE facilities, wherever. And they're attacking agents, firing fireworks at them, blowing up bombs. Just a bad timed movie because it came out the day after an ICE facility was attacked by a commie from Reddit who unfortunately and tragically killed 2 immigrants and it seriously injured one. I don't know if they're still alive or not. So fucking horrible timing, but I'm still glad they put it out. I think pulling the stuff is cowardly. I think sometimes stuff is bad time. You put it out anyway, right, Apple? So yeah, it glorifies all that. The first 15 minutes is basically just showing how awesome this black woman who looks like Lawrence Taylor is amazing, is an amazing revolutionary, uncompromising. She gets pregnant. They actually give depth to her character. They show that she's kind of a fucking terrible mom. So when they have the scene of her like pregnant shooting the machine gun, they actually have enough self-awareness to where Leo's going like, dude, she's like, shouldn't be doing this, you know, something to that effect. And she is all about the revolution until they rob a bank and she kills a guard. She runs away, she gets caught, and she flips on all her buddies. So a bunch of Antifa were able to take over.
Pretty much like you would expect an Antifa coward to do.
Over an ICE facility because there was no guards and everybody was fucking asleep. And then when Black Warrior woman goes in, Sean Penn is aroused and she gets away. There's a daughter involved. We don't know who the dad is. We don't know if it's Sean Penn or we don't know if it's Leo. Hell, with her, it could be anybody, to be honest with you. We're off to the races after she gets caught and flips on all her friends and gets them killed by our government. They just run around and just pop them in the head. Now, they put it off that Sean Penn is a bit rogue. The problem that's introduced in the movie is Sean Penn is recruited into a white supremacist organization that he has to prove his purity. He can't have sex with the black woman or any woman. By the way, when the woman who looked like Lawrence Taylor flips, she's put into witness protection, but then she eventually escapes and goes down to Mexico, never to be seen again.
Yeah, that's a great way to put it, Michael Archangel. This movie was made 5 years too late. It's like vintage woke. It's like vintage woke wet dream. Yeah, sort of the way Rebel Moon was made like 5 years too late. Rebel Moon is like vintage girl boss. Like not like the girl boss has evolved and metastasized into something that is truly insufferable and impossible to watch. But in the early days, it was more like the Rey girl boss, where she was kind of likable, but she just was excellent at everything and a total Mary Sue. That's really what Rebel Moon was doing. And so here we have like a vintage Hollywood activist LARPing fantasy.
And the rest of the movie kind of calms down into Leonardo DiCaprio is a single dad, smoking weed all day, staying off the grid with his daughter as she goes to normal high school. Leo told the daughter that mom is dead and that Lockjaw, who's Sean Penn's character, killed her. When they bug out, they have a bunch of passwords and secret codes that they need to contact with each other in case somebody comes after them. I'm oversimplifying a lot of this because I don't want to talk about it all day. Suffice to say, we all know this from the trailer. About halfway through, Leonardo DiCaprio can't remember the password, and it's him trying to figure it out because his daughter is at a high school dance, and the military shows up to take her away, and she escapes just in time. It turns into, are you my daughter? Are you not? There's some DNA tests, but Sean Penn's villain really wants to be part of this organization, so he's willing to kill this girl for it. Well, the organization finds out anyway. It leads to, man, a lot of car chases, a lot of Leo running out of his element. And when it's that, it's fine. I just thought the movie kind of like what it does is it just gets fucking boring to me. It's hard for me to like a movie where I don't like anybody in it. I just don't. I'm like, they could all fucking die. It really does go very soft on the whole like revolutionary thing, but it's trying to be a family story. That's what it essentially becomes, like a father-daughter story. Sean Penn ends up getting killed at the end by the racist organization, and Leo ends up with his daughter, and his daughter goes off to be a revolutionary. So like nothing is really learned. Like if you would approach this as, well, maybe being like, because they really did want to go into, they even mention it, like Leonardo DiCaprio is like, we can't keep doing this shit to the, to the woman he's pining for that looks like Lawrence Taylor. That like, we're a family now. We can't keep doing this shit. She's all, fuck your misogyny. I'm all about the revolution. Da da da. Of course, all about the revolution until she flipped on everybody, which is what would happen, by the way, to be fair. But it's shot well. It's directed well. It's acted well. It's boring as fuck. It's pretentious. And it's not a movie for me. Some people might like it. That's great. I can certainly watch a movie about Antifa. And if it's written well with characters that I enjoy, I could probably like it. But I didn't.
I see enough of those assholes in real life. I don't really care to watch them in a movie either. Well, unless...
But to be fair, not a fan of all of Paul Thomas Anderson's work. He's jazz. He's music for musicians. So it is definitely woke. It is a fucking woke movie. It is woke Hollywood made for woke Hollywood, just as jazz is music made for musicians. Now, a lot of people in the chat, you might enjoy jazz. You might like it. Technically, a very sound form of music. I get it. I can't stand the shit. Never could.
Nerdrotic.com.
So they play jazz at the end of the video.
Please subscribe.
I love that ending to that video. That was fantastic. Hat tip Nerdrotic. Yeah, that's why I don't want to watch that movie. Oh my God. This is a crazy one. Even were I inclined to watch that one battle after another movie, there is just no way. There is absolutely no way that I would watch it after having seen that trailer 40 times. Absolutely 40 times I've seen that trailer. I can't take it anymore. Alrighty, what's next in the stack of stuff? Okay, let me grab... So I think we need one to close it out. This one is... So as you know, my dear chat, we have been inundated with a never-ending stream of Netflix historical revisionism, where we have Black Vikings and Middle Eastern Greeks and all sorts of nonsense. And, the girl bosses are the queens of Viking kingdoms and so forth. So there is a video that was recommended to me by Nerdrotic as well called Wuz Ethnicities. So I thought we would take a look at this and just see what we think. That'll be our video to close it out tonight. So, Mr. Producer, load that up for me if you would. Share screen. No, wrong one. There we go. Roll tape.
Eric the Red wasn't from Chad. So this is the wee wuzzery delusion that set the standard for all the other utter low IQ nonsense, the claim that the Vikings were black.
You should like this one, Redoubt Productions. This is like a perfect video for Redoubt. So I have not seen this video yet. I have not seen it. So this is a live reaction.
Pale-haired maniacs from Scandinavia, the men who wrote sagas about axe murdering their neighbors and paddled longships to America 1,000 years ago, years before Columbus, were in fact, you guessed it, from sub-Saharan Africa. The race revisionist fan club says so it must be true.
This is great. Yeah. This guy is literally saying, Anna Horford, this is a post on X, Dido Bell was a black aristocrat. She means Queen Dido of Carthage, I'm thinking. Historical evidence shows black people were a part of Viking... No, Dido Bell must have been a Viking. Okay. Was a part of Viking culture, and there were many black composers. Want to know why you didn't know that? History has been whitewashed in order to uphold beliefs of white supremacy. Read an effing book. Jeez. You know, it's an incredible thing being at a point in my life where, as an extremely educated and well-read person, I'm listening to cultural, historical, and civic illiterates tell me to read a book. That is a fascinating experience, I have to tell you.
True. Who started this nonsense? The whole thing starts with a couple of Netflix producers deciding, in their infinite wisdom, to cast a black woman as Jarl Hakon in Vikings Val.
Wow. Wow. These are the same people that preach about cultural appropriation. These are the same people that say, you can't have a white person wearing dreadlocks, for example, because that's appropriating someone else's culture. But you can cast a black woman as a Nordic Viking. You can do that, and that's not cultural appropriation.
Valhalla. Now, don't get me wrong, I love a bit of fantasy. But when you're turning an epic Norwegian warlord into something that looks like it came out of a Nollywood blockbuster, it's not history anymore, it's pantomime. And of course...
Michael saying, you would hope that I could join Friday Night Tights at some point. Yeah, I don't... That's probably a far off... that's a far off thing. If that ever happens... You know, I'd probably have to reach a certain level before I would, you know, the thing about collabing is the person that you're collabing, there has to be some kind of mutual benefit. That's really what it is. It's like, if you go to someone and say, hey, can I come on your show? Right? That's saying, could you do this for me? As opposed to saying, I'd like to do this, and here's what I could bring for you. And so in order for me to actually achieve that, I'd have to be able to say, either they'd have to invite me because they were interested in some way, which would mean they already saw a benefit, or I'd have to be someone who could say, hey, I'd love to come on the show. This is what I could bring. This is my audience. This is what we do. You know, so I appreciate the vote of confidence, believe me. And I would do it. I would do it in an absolute heartbeat. Although it would be odd if I got invited now, being someone who's got, you know, less than 10,000 subscribers, being someone invited on there would be, I'd have to consider why. I'd be like, why are you inviting me? I have less than 10,000 subs. So, because it would never happen. But my point is like, but yeah, as a general matter, yes, I would happily do that. One day.
The internet ran with it. Suddenly we had overnight historians spouting off about the Blom.
This might be too heavy of an opinion for this show and this channel, because Crowbar the Skull said, I think these are the same people who took Charlie from us. I'm speaking of my opinion in response to that. But what I think, because there was a headline. There was a headline recently, and I forget which publication, very recently, and it said, it's time to abolish whiteness. And this is common. This is a very common type of thing you see these days. And what occurred to me was, it's not the first time it's occurred to me, but this is the language you use when you are setting up a genocide. I'm not saying it's imminent. I'm not saying it's going to. I'm not saying they're even directly trying to achieve that yet. But I do think that that's the language that starts when you are on the way. So I don't think we should have any illusions that if people who speak like that achieve enough power, they may not be directly the ones that initiate it, but it will eventually happen. This is why, the irony is, this is why the belief in the sanctity of life, the belief in democracy and consent of the governed, this is exactly why these principles are so important, because without them, humans we reduce back to our natural state, which is tribalism and internecine warfare, and that's when those kinds of bad things happen. And so what we're witnessing is literally a regression. We are in a phase in which our society was regressing, which is kind of insane to think about. So in any case, but that being said, we're not going to let that happen. Michael Archangel says, dude, I love your show, and hopefully you're going to get recognized. I really appreciate that, Michael Archangel. I am being recognized by you and by everyone who shows up, and this is the 138th episode. We've been doing this for not 138 weeks, because sometimes I did multiple episodes occasionally in a single week, but quite a long time, about a year and a half now, so I appreciate it, and I am still committed to getting this channel to building an audience much bigger than this. And so I appreciate that. I really do. But my project for this final quarter of the year is to get Galaxy-Born done. So I'm focusing on that first, and then I'm going to turn my attention to the channel as soon as I can. So if anyone has editing skills, at some point, I'm going to be looking for an editor at some point. As far as like a paid position, that's probably not going to happen for a little while. But yeah, that is my goal eventually, to have an editor that can help me. So because, and this is not an excuse. I'm not complaining. I signed up for this. I signed up to try and build a YouTube channel. But my challenge is I'm kind of wearing two hats. I'm a YouTube content creator, but my first project and my first passion, if I had to tell you, what do I want my life's work to be? My true life's work is my fiction writing, my novels, my writing of stories. That's my real life's work. And I've gotten sort of distracted from that. And so trying to build a readership, trying to build a reader audience, and trying to build a YouTube audience at the same time is not a trick I've learned yet. So I sort of have to pick one. I have to pick one, or I'm going to lose both in terms of goals. So I'm trying a new approach where I complete a project and then I do the next project. And so I am committed to growing this channel, and we will get there, but I have to focus on that first. Foodman says the only criteria is that you have something to say. Your sub count means little to Gary. He has said in the past that he would come on a channel no matter the number of subs. And that's possible, but for a show that's pulling 25,000, I can't remember what it was last time I watched, but something like 25,000 concurrent viewers, or 15,000, 15 to 25 is usually the number. That's a different story. Like it's not just a matter of what Gary would prefer. It's a matter of the audience. Like this is a super important thing, and it may sound a little bit cold. But it's the reality. If I'm going to have someone on my channel, my first consideration is not what pleases me. My first consideration is what's best for the audience, what's best for the channel and the growth of the channel. And if I feel that collaboration or that bringing that person on is not going to best serve my audience, then it doesn't make sense to do it. And so what I'm saying is that calculation goes for me and it goes for them. And to have 25,000 viewers and to say, I'm going to invite a total unknown on the channel that only has 2,700 followers, Like, what's the value proposition for our audience of 25,000? You know, so. But, you know, on the other hand, maybe you've got a point. Maybe I'm thinking too small. Maybe I'm not being bold enough. So I will consider that. But at least that's the way I see it. So, and by the way, I wouldn't blame them for that calculation. I wouldn't feel right going on a show. I love that show. I love Friday Night Tights. It's one of my, it's a big reason I'm even here. It got me into this. And so I would never want to deliver anything subpar for that audience. So, you know, I'll think about it. I'll think about it.
In Old Norse texts, which in their minds means the Vikings were African. Blamen literally meant blue men or dark foreigners, the Northmen's word for strangers they met abroad, like Moors or Ethiopians. It did not mean that Eric the Red was secretly from Chad. Now let's look at the facts. In 2020, a massive study was published in Nature where scientists sequenced the DNA of 442 skeletons from...
Stop the tape. They DNA sequenced 442 skeletons of actual Vikings. This is what is known as science. Actual science.
Across the Viking world, you know what they found? The Vikings were, now sit down before you collapse from the revelation, Scandinavians. They clustered genetically with modern Norwegians, Swedes, and Danes. There were signs of mixing, of course, because the Vikings didn't just raid, they shagged their way across Europe. They picked up a bit of Irish, a bit of British, some Southern European here and there. But no, they weren't secretly Zulus in horned helmets. The closest thing they had to African ancestry was probably the goat they nicked on the way to the Mediterranean. Take the Salmi ship burial in Estonia, 4 brothers and a cousin buried together after dying in battle on a raid.
I have got to tell you, watching actual history with actual documentation and evidence, what a breath of fresh air.
DNA analysis showed they were close Scandinavian kin. Real Vikings, real family, real bloodlines. So why is it then that not a single published Viking Age burial genome shows sub-Saharan African ancestry? And if you look at the traits, these men already carried the lactase persistence allele, meaning they could drink milk into adulthood and had pigmentation profiles consistent with modern Scandinavians, predominantly light skin, hair ranging blonde to brown to red, and plenty of blue-green eyes. Not exactly what you see in certain streaming reenactments. The whole Black Viking claim is so insulting. These were men who could row a ship across the North Sea in the middle of winter, leap ashore, burn your village, and be back home in time to sacrifice a goat to Odin. The truth is simple.
I've said many times that wokeness has no principles. That would be far left progressivism, far left wackoism, as I like to call it. Call it whatever you like. You know who they are. And they have no principles, none whatsoever. So, for example, if you say there are only 2 genders, male and female, you are erasing trans people. Meaning, if you deny the existence of someone, by their logic, you are erasing that person, and that this constitutes a genocide. Which it does not. That's not the definition of the word, but whatever. That's their rules. But look at what they're doing. They are erasing Scandinavian ethnic people from their own cultural history and heritage. Can you fully appreciate the insanity of that? They are erasing. You know, I don't, the term white is too broad anyway, but more specifically, they are erasing European peoples from their own history That's incredible. The level of hypocrisy, the level of malevolence of that is unbelievable. Wokeness and DEI is a disease, and I despise it because it hates truth, it hates science, it hates morality, it hates faith, it hates America, and it certainly absolutely hates Western civilization, and more than anything else, leftism, far left wackoism, the violent left, they hate humanity. They're misanthropic. They hate the human being. Do you want to know one of the reasons they really hate Christianity? Do you want to know one of the biggest reasons? Because Christianity and its antecedent, Judaism, are two of the most unique religions in the world because unlike many other religions, especially pagan religions, the God of Jews and Christians places man above nature and above the animal kingdom. Pagan religions don't see humans that way. Pagan civilizations saw humans as part of nature, as do many other faiths. This is a particular reason that far left wackos hate Christianity, because of that exact paradigm. Think about it.
Vikings were Scandinavian, but hey, give it 1,000 years, a Netflix deal, and suddenly every black man is a Viking. Doesn't matter if your ancestors were herding goats in the Sahara or chasing hyenas off a carcass. Now it's, we was Vikings. If you think the samurai were African, seek medical attention. So, while Europe was burning witches...
Yeah, and in case you think I'm just being precious about white people being erased from their own culture, just look no further than Assassin's Creed Shadows, where they literally attempted to culturally steal the samurai culture from the Japanese. They're telling a Japanese samurai story in medieval feudal Japan, and they place a foreign black man so they're erasing Asians from their own culture as well. Incredible.
And arguing about the Pope, the Japanese had Sengoku Jidai perfecting the art of killing each other with style. Warlords like Oda Nobunaga, Takeda Shingen, and Uesugi Kenshin built castles like stone mountains and sent their war bands clashing under banners in every valley. Out of this badassery rose the samurai, enforcers of clans like the Tokugawa and the Shimazu, men who lived and died by the sword, and occasionally by the spectacular hobby of disemboweling themselves when things went wrong, the way of the warrior. And then there was Yasuke, an African who arrived in Japan in 1579 with Jesuit missionaries. Nobunaga was fascinated, partly because Yasuke was unique, partly because half of Kyoto thought his skin had been painted and tried to scrub him down like a dirty wall. For about a year, he served Nobunaga. He was given a weapon, a stipend, maybe even a house. Now the fact that people conveniently ignore he was never samurai. No land, no crest, no hereditary status. Japanese records don't call him samurai, they call him a servant. When Nobunaga died in 1582, Yasuke disappears from history. A brief, remarkable cameo. But of course, in the internet age, that tiny footnote has been inflated into the Black Samurai. Entire books and documentaries sell it. Social media runs with it. Video games like Nioh and anime series reimagine him as if he was on par with Tokugawa Ieyasu. Netflix even made him the star of a whole cartoon.
Wow. This is way more out of control than I even realized.
History as valid as the X-22 report. You know, the one that's always promising Trump's secret return any day now, forever. The genetics nail the coffin shut anyway.
Let's see, this must have come out before 2024. 6 days ago, 256,000 views. Yeah, no, I do remember that. I do remember the X-22 report, and that used to make me so mad. It was like, Trump is actually running the government. Biden's not really the president, or he hasn't actually been confirmed as the president. He's just pretending to be, and the military's not doing anything Biden says. They're all answering to Trump, and I'm like, oh, really? Literally, there were people trying to make this argument based on this stupid X-22 thing. I'm like, oh, really? Trump's actually the president? This is like 2 years ago, 2-3 years ago. I'm like, okay, so if Trump is the president, then why doesn't he just become the president? Like, why doesn't he just remove? Well, he's waiting. He's waiting because they need to have like military tribunals and stuff, which are definitely going to happen, definitely. And I'm like, that's never going to happen. That's not a thing. None of that's true. God, it is such a burden to be right so often. I have to tell you, it is such a burden. But I carry it. I carry it with pride, with dutiful persistence.
A 2021 study explains, our data provide evidence of a tri-ancestry structure for present-day Japanese populations. Since then, this tripartite ancestry structure has been maintained in the archipelago and become the genetic foundation of modern Japanese no sub-Saharan input. None. You can dig up every burial mound in Honshu and you won't find one samurai skull clustering with Nigeria. Unless you think haplogroups are racist, the genetics kill this fantasy stone dead. If you want to cosplay, fine, swing a plastic sword at Comic-Con and call yourself a samurai. But of course, out go the Jomon, Yayoi, and Kofun. Out go Nobunaga, Tokugawa, and the blood-soaked chronicles. In comes the bedtime story, We Was Samurai. Basalt, not black, the Olmec head myth. So, who really carved those giant Olmec heads? Africans in rowboats? Or the people who actually lived there? The Americas, 15,000 years ago, vast herds of mammoth, endless forest, and then a small band of Siberian foragers stride into a new world, crossing over from Asia. That's the real start of Native American history, because apparently we're now being told it was actually Africans who rowed across the Atlantic just to chisel.
No fucking way. No way. I did not know they were making this argument. So okay, so let's tally this up. So the leftist wackos, the leftist woke crazies, they are writing Europeans out of their own ethnic culture and heritage and history. They are writing ethnic Japanese out of their own cultural heritage and history. And this is unbelievable. One of their most precious and beloved minorities, the Native Americans, they are writing them out of their actual history and ancestry. See, this is why I say the delusions that these wackos believe, the lies that they tell and believe, are not our responsibility. It is not our responsibility to disabuse them of their fool notions. Yes, we will debate them and we will convince others of what lunatics they are and how wrong they are. And we'll do that for Charlie. But most important of all, we're just simply going to defeat them. We are going to defeat them in the culture. We are going to defeat them in academia and science, and we are going to defeat them in the political world stage. We are not going to surrender our culture to these morons. And we're not. We're not. The Shills were as deflated and depleted as I have ever seen them. They are giving up the ghost. They are admitting that the Mandalorian and Grogu is trash. They're admitting it. They're admitting it.
12-foot Olmec basalt heads with fat lips and flat noses then disappear without leaving so much as a canoe behind. How convenient. Yet somehow on the internet the first Americans have become the latest recruits to the Afrocentric Hall of Fame.
What is even happening? What is even happening? Where is this even coming from? Why are they making every single the backstory of every tribe of humanity? Every tribe of humanity, they are turning them into they were African immigrants. Where is this coming from?
Ethnicity is safe. Apparently, the genetic story, the archaeology, the mounds, the maze, all of it was black. And you sit there watching this crap thinking, Jesus Christ, people believe this. Do they actually believe this? Whole YouTube channel.
You know what's crazy? There's a fourth one. Jews. They're trying to say that that white Jews or Middle Eastern Jews are not real Jews, but that it was actually sub-Saharan Africans that were the real Jews. This is what Kanye West is saying. What is this?
With millions of views, demented faces telling you the Olmec heads are ancient Africans, and you can see the audience nodding along, dumbfounded, like they've all had a collective lobotomy. It's like Tony Blair doesn't need digital IDs, just give people Wi-Fi and a half-baked conspiracy, and they'll...
Alrighty, so hat tip to Keltanian Chronicles. I am definitely going to finish this video. This is fascinating, absolutely fascinating. So hat tip to Keltanian Chronicles, We Wuz Ethnicities. And we was. Well, it's been a fun one. Another fun Saturday night. I believe we're raiding Yellow Flash. I set us up to raid Yellow Flash, so if you want to keep the good times rolling and they're still going, I'll see you in the Yellow Flash chat. Otherwise, I do thank you for hanging out. We had a great crew tonight. We had everybody. We had Fu Man Blue. We had Staff Yeti. We had Michael Archangel. We had Crowbar the Skull. We had Redoubt Productions. We had Skunk's Workshop. We had a humble collector, even. Who am I forgetting? I know I'm forgetting somebody. I said Staff Yeti. If I'm forgetting anyone, it's not intentional. But we had just about everybody was here. I don't think we had one person that wasn't here from the Swords and Starships vessel. All right, well, I am your host, Captain Garrett of the Swords and Starships channel. If you enjoyed this stream, it is of paramount importance that you put a like on it, turn on the notification bell, subscribe, tell your friends, or just hang out. All are acceptable. I live only to serve you. In the words of Wayun in Deep Space Nine, thank you for hanging out with me. It's the best part of my week. And until next time, my dear sailors and star nuts, this is Captain Garrett saying I will see you out there.